You've got Dina agus Fulcha Gadi a cod of Brehon. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Brehon Academy. Welcome back to the channel. I have a real treat in store for you guys tonight. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be reading from a book called A Story of an Irish Sept. This book was published, I should say, in 1896. Just a little bit of background. When we say Sept in Ireland, what are we talking about? So in my previous videos, I've talked about the concept of the finny and how the finny was the kind of primary family group in society. You had the derb-fine, which were the kind of immediate family that descended from a common grandfather. Then you had the derb-fine, which were the family that descended from a common great-grandfather. And for the purposes of the Brehon law, this was the most important family. And then you had the iar-fine, which was all the descendants from a common great-great-grandfather. So what was a sept? Well, a sept was kind of a confederation of families, all related to each other from some common great ancestor. It doesn't have to be the grandfather, the father, or the great-grandfather, but the sept were all the members of a family unit that descended from some great common ancestor. So when we talk about the story of an Irish sept, what we're talking about is the story of a great family who descended from a common ancestor and their kind of saga and what did they have to face. The full title of the book, I think, is their character and their struggle to maintain their lands. So what I found really interesting about this book is that it begins in really early times and it charts the story of Ireland, the history of Ireland, just kind of focused on one particular clan, one sept that lived in the west of Ireland in County Clare. So the first part here that I'm going to share with you is the preface and the first chapter. And what I'd like to do with this little project here is share with you at least the first 4, maybe 6 or 7 of these chapters. This will bring us from the earliest times in Ireland all through the nature of society, the culture, their spiritual beliefs, all the way up to the invasion of the Danes, the Vikings, and how they were defeated by Brian Boru, okay? Everybody knows this King Brian Boru. Well, the sept that I'm about to talk about is the sept that Brian Boru was descended from. So that's why he's featured in this book. I might go a little bit further then into the invasions of the Anglo-Normans as well. And just depending on how this kind of content is received, how much you guys like it, I might even go even further throughout the rest of the book. I would say like a lot of work goes into this in terms of the researching and the recording, and especially in the video production side of things itself. And I'm doing it out of a labor of love, but I really want to share this work with everybody because I think it's important. I think there's something really special about connecting with this part of our heritage. This project, the Brehon Academy that I created, it's not just to kind of focus on some like quaint historical features of Irish history. The real passion behind it is to maybe invoke some kind of a revival of consciousness among people about their early heritage. Even the music that I use at the start of my videos is a piece of music that was written and recorded by a friend of mine, Rowan Murphy. And the name of this piece of music is The Great Revival. So I see my role in this is kind of like doing the research, going into the old dusty books, reading about early Ireland, and then trying to find ways to present that content to a modern audience in a way that's kind of interesting and engaging and in a way that we're more used to. I know that not everybody is going to go back and read these books, so I don't mind doing kind of the hard work and then putting it into a medium that more people will be able to access and understand and hopefully enjoy as well. So if you do like this sort of content, please let me know in the comments below. Like the video please, and subscribe to the channel. I hate asking for that, But the main reason is it tells YouTube algorithms that this is good content, and it will then more likely show up in the suggestions of other people for videos that they're watching. So that will help me out a lot. If you can just like the video, hit subscribe if you want to see more of this content, leave a comment below. I love reading your comments and engaging with you there. Since this is live, you do have the option to jump onto the chat on the side of this video. And if you want to support the work, I would really appreciate it. For the price of a cup of coffee or a beer, you can do that through the super chats there on the side panel. There are other ways to support the work as well. If you want to, you can buy a t-shirt. We have our store over on the website at brehonacademy.org, or you can get like a mug like this, pretty cool, with the triple spiral on it. This very familiar symbol for Irish people that can be found on the front of Newgrange. So that's one way that you could support the work and also get like some little bit of cool merchandise as well. Obviously, you can buy one of my online courses. I have 3 online courses. I won't go into the details now, but the first one is on early Irish culture and society. So kind of talks a little bit about what I'm going to cover in these chapters of this book, but broken down into different video lessons. I believe there's about 4 or 5 hours of content. There's about 4 or 5 hours of content on each of these online courses. The second one then is about Irish mythology. So if that's the thing that you're interested in, I'd recommend you go and check that out. And the third course is personally my favorite, and it's kind of the reason why I started all of this. It's the Brehon laws of early Ireland. Initially, I just wanted to make a Brehon law course and a Brehon law resource. But on that journey, I realized that there were a lot of like steps along the way or gaps in knowledge that were essential to fill in before we focused on the Brehon law, because you really need to understand not just the culture and the makeup of society, but also the beliefs and aspirations that those people had. And then approaching the law in that mindset, you get a much deeper insight into how these laws worked and why they worked. But the cool thing is this book that I'm going to share with you actually covers a lot of this in it as well. So a quick breakdown of what you can expect, right? So in the first chapter here, we're going to be talking about the origins of this tribe, this Sept, this family group from the west of Ireland, based in County Clare. And what's interesting here is how the author draws a parallel with the people of the Basque region of Spain. And he puts forward the idea that, and it's an interesting that he's putting it forward because he's a member of the clan himself. He's a member of the Sept, that the people of the west of Ireland can trace their roots back further than the Celtic invasions to the Basque region of Spain. And he gives a very interesting like insight into that. The next part, then he talks about the Brehon laws in chapter 2 and the kind of structure of society, the social order. And actually, Brehon law will be referenced all throughout the book. But at least the chapters that I've read so far, he makes reference back to Brehon law. So it's important, again, to lay that foundation early on, just so it makes more sense later when we go deeper into the story of this tribe. The third chapter then is going to be about the education at this time in Ireland. He talks about the bards, he talks about military education, also the notion of fosterage, which was a very common custom in Ireland regards to the rearing of children. Later then we talk a little bit more about the family unit and the nature of what was a free man, what was a bondsman, land tenure, land ownership, and so on. And this is all setting the stage step by step to introduce you to a great clan, the Dalcasian clan, of which, as I said, Brian Boru is a descendant of. So I think I'm definitely going to take the story up as far as Brian Boru and the Battle of Clontarf, and just depending on sort of response that I get, because I only want to put this information out if people want it and people actually appreciate it and want to hear more of it. If I see that that's the case, then I'm more than happy to keep putting that out. I'll switch gear and put out some other content, maybe more focused on the Brehon law. So actually, I do have another project in the work on the bards of early Ireland. That's taken a long time. The hardest part of this, as I said, is actually putting the videos together and finding the pictures and visuals that complement the spoken word. A couple of things before I jump into it, just a few caveats. My pronunciation of some of these terms that he uses may not be 100% accurate. Please don't give me a hard time over this. In some cases, it's the way that he has chosen to spell the word. And in other cases, it's a fact that, I'm not unfortunately fluent in Irish. And sometimes my brain kind of struggles with the pronunciation. And when I'm in a mid flow of reading a paragraph, I don't want to go back and keep trying to repeat it till I get it right. So I'm asking for just a little bit of grace on that with some of the pronunciations. The other thing as well, because I can anticipate it in the comments, when he talks about the Celtic peoples, in modern research, there's a lot of kind of discussion around what does that actually mean? Is it right to say that there was a Celtic people? I will just remind you that this book was written in 1896, so he's making the best assessment based on the information that he had at the time. Another thing then I'd like to point out is the fact that it was written in 1896, which, even though it's a book about history, it makes it a historical resource in itself. And with that in mind, we get a kind of insight into the understanding of an Irish man who descended from a very powerful clan, who was writing a book about his own family in a time when Ireland was still under the British Crown. And this mightn't seem too important at the beginning, but I think it makes a little bit more sense later on into the book when, well, I don't want to give any spoilers away, but when you see how this clan interacted with the British, let's say Anglo-Normans to be more precise, and later English and British invaders / nobility. So there's really a lot in this book, and that's why I'm really excited to share it with you. I've put a lot of work into this video right now, and I think that's all I wanted to say, just as the preface. Let me have a look at my notes. I try to use the best images I can find, and sometimes the image isn't exactly what's being spoken about in the audio. In some cases, I don't have an image to show of, the early Christian settlements that are now ruins in County Clare, or the actual skulls and bones of the people that he's talking about. So wherever possible, I try to use very accurate imagery that directly connects to what I'm talking about in the audio. However, in some cases, I just have to go with the next best thing, which hopefully is just going to help you with your imagination and visualization of what I'm talking about. So without further ado, here is the preface and chapter 1 of A Story of an Irish Sept by Nottage Charles Macnamara. Wait, I knew I was forgetting something. If you want, you can actually download a copy of this book from the Brehon Academy resource library. You just need to become a member. That's free to become a basic member. Navigate over to the resource library and look for the book called A Story of an Irish Sept. You can download the PDF there. You can read along with me as I'm reading it out, or if you want to just read it yourself, that's available for you. I knew I was forgetting something. Jump back over to the video. The Story of an Irish Sept, their character and struggle to maintain their lands in Clare. Written by a member of the Sept, Nottage Charles Macnamara, and published in 1896. Dedicated by the author to his children. Our deeds still travel with us from afar, and what we have been makes us what we are. George Eliot. Prefatory note. The Sept, or group of families referred to in the following history, were derived from a common ancestor, and occupied from the 5th to the 17th century a definite area of land situated in the centre of County Clare. These people were frequently assailed by Norsemen, Anglo-Normans, and by the English, but they successfully defended their lands and homes against invaders for 1200 years, and were then dispersed, but by no means exterminated, by Cromwell. Throughout this long period of time, the members of this sept remained an almost pure race. They were principally engaged in agriculture, and their surroundings varied but little, and that only with the lapse of time. Until the reign of James I, they lived under the Brehon laws, and clung to their traditions of the church founded by St. Patrick in Ireland. The history of a sept placed in circumstances of this kind is not only an interesting study, but may teach us much concerning their character and that of the Irish people, and thus help us to understand the hereditary qualities which to a large extent have moulded their career, and continues to influence the descendants of Celtic Irishmen as individuals and collectively as a nation. In preparing this story for the press, I have to acknowledge the great help I have received from the researches of Mr. Standish Hayes O'Grady, especially for his work, Silvia Gedelica, and for his valuable translation of McGrath's Triumphs of Turlough, and for his generous assistance on many occasions. To my friend Mr. T.J. Westrop, I beg to return my sincere thanks. His time and pencil have been placed at my disposal with characteristic Celtic sympathy, and as an archaeologist, few men have more extensive or accurate knowledge of County Clare. Several of the plates in this work are taken from copies of Mr. Westrop's drawings, which have already appeared in the pages of the Journal of the Royal Society of Antiquaries of Ireland, and which the Council of the Society have kindly given me permission to reproduce. I have acknowledged in the footnotes to these pages the authorities referred to, and, as a rule, quoted their own words rather than attempt to explain their meaning according to my ideas on the subject. Lastly, I must crave the indulgence of my readers for the imperfections of this work, which has been written during the few leisure hours of a busy and often anxious life. Signed, N.C. Macnamara. Chapter 1. Origin of the Sept. The locality in which the Sept lived, boundaries of County Clare, Brehon, stock from which the Sept were derived, the Iberians, their character, the Basques of Spain, the Celts, their character, and Sept derived from Iberians and Celts. Rightly to comprehend the history of the Sept whose fortunes we have to follow, it is necessary to know something of the locality in which its members dwelt, and of the stock from which they proceeded, for their surroundings doubtless influenced their mental as well as their physical character, and it is equally certain that their congenital qualities had an important share in shaping their history. We shall find that the members of our Sept from the early part of the 5th to the middle of the 17th century dwelt in a well-defined district of Clare, a county which until comparatively recent times was isolated from the rest of Ireland. Its southern and eastern boundary being formed by the River Shannon, which, throughout this part of its course, was only fordable at one place situated below the town of Killaloe. To the north, Clare is separated from Galway by a range of high hills, running from the Shannon westwards towards Galway Bay. Between the extreme western spur of these hills and the bay is a strip of low-lying swampy land through which the road northward from Clare passed. This low land, as well as the Echty Hills, were in former times covered by a dense forest, rendering them almost impassable. The geographical position of the county was such as to preserve its inhabitants from successful invasion or from being occupied by foreigners until late in the 16th century. Thus, not only did the people of Clare retain their independence, but also had their old Brehon laws and customs for 2, if not 3 centuries after much of the rest of Ireland had been passed into the hands of the Englishmen. The county is divided by the River Fergus into East and West Clare, the greater part of the former being covered by low hills and bogland. But to the southeast of this part of the county there are a mass of lofty rugged hills which run down to the Shannon and western shore off Lough Derg. These hills in former times were covered with forest trees and were known as one of the best hunting districts in Ireland. It was here that Brian Boru lived, his palace of residence being situated on a spur of the hills overlooking the Shannon as it passes out of Lough Derg, a spot of exceeding beauty and commanding the ford of Killaloe, the only weak point in the boundary of Clare to the east. The northern part of the western division of Clare is formed by the district of Brehon, which Cromwell's general Ludlow, refers to as not possessing water sufficient to drown a man in, wood enough to hang a man on, or soil sufficient to bury him in. Burren is, in fact, little more than a series of bare hills, some of them rising 1,000 feet above the level of the sea. The sides of these hills are terraced in a remarkable manner, and are of light slate colour, with patches of exquisitely green grass scattered over their surface. They are, however, intersected with deep valleys, forming some of the finest grazing lands in the country. Burren, with all its barrenness, has singular charms. Its northern boundary, formed by Galway Bay, is indented with creeks which run up to the foot of its hills, for a long time the home of numerous smugglers. To the west, the hills of Burren form perpendicular cliffs, against which the Atlantic hurls its mighty waves, a coast which can hardly be equalled for the wildness of grandeur of its scenery, and which has been so well described by the Honourable Miss Lawless in her pathetic story of Hurrish. Up to the close of the 16th century, there seems to have been only one road leading through Burren, and now, unless along the coastline, it is no easy matter to travel over this part of Ireland. These highlands afforded a safe refuge to the pre-Celtic race when they were driven westward by the more highly civilized Celt in his advance from the east. How well these people defended their lands may be learned from the investigations of my friend Mr. T.J. Westrop, who has discovered the remains of about 200 pre-Celtic forts in this part of County Clare. In close proximity with these remains, some of the work of earliest Christian settlers in Ireland still exist, rude in the extreme, and said to have been built by the same hands as those which erected the forts above referred to. Pagans and Christians dwelt side by side, the sentiments of the former largely influencing the people of this part of Ireland up to within comparatively recent times. For instance, in the middle of the 17th century, we are informed that the Archbishop of Tuam had to cross over to the Isles of Arran to destroy the oak figure of Macnamara, which the people then worshipped in spite of all the clergy could do to induce them to abandon the adoration of this idol. At the present time, Irish men and women living in the west of the Shannon are full of the folklore and ideas derived from their ancestors. County Clare has no seaport, town or bay of sufficient depth and magnitude to afford protection to modern vessels. Excepting Ennis, with its 6,000 inhabitants, there are no important towns or many large villages in Clare. It is covered with hamlets in which small farmers and tradesmen reside, being essentially an agricultural district. Regarding the race or stock from which the inhabitants of Clare were derived, there are certain anatomical peculiarities which characterize various pure races of men. Among these is the shape of their skulls. In some ancient burying places in Ireland we find, with human remains, rude earthen vessels, flint arrowheads, bone pins and shells, but no bronze or iron instruments, and we therefore conclude that these articles were used by people who lived and died before the present era, because it was not long before Christianity was introduced into Ireland that bronze and iron instruments were freely exported from the continent into that country, and would have been used and buried in the graves of the people above referred to had they lived some time after the commencement of the Christian era. Together with the flint arrowheads and bone pins, we find the crania of the individuals who used these primitive weapons, and these skulls are characteristic in shape, being, in relation to their breadth, much elongated from before backwards. Skulls of a precisely similar form, together with the same kind of bone and flint instruments, have been found in many parts of Europe, including Spain, especially in the Basque provinces, where, at present, the inhabitants have not only traits of character similar to those possessed so far as we can judge, by the ancient inhabitants of Clare, but the conformation of their skulls and features are believed to be identical with those of the prehistoric people of Ireland. In this way, we are led to think that the Basques of Spain, a remnant of the old Iberian race of Europe, are derived from the same stock as that which overran Ireland in former times, the pre-Celtic people of Ireland having been, to a large extent, Iberians who probably passed over from Spain into Ireland. Professor Boyd Dawkins observes that Erin, Ireland, the land of Erna, Ivernian, Ibernian, is merely a variant of Iberia, and that the name of the great island of the Western Ocean and the southwestern peninsula of Europe is due to their having been occupied by the same race, a race so clearly marked off from all others as to be known by the same name. Tradition refers to this long-skulled race as having been rather under the average height, with brown or grey eyes and curly dark hair, a type to be found in considerable numbers among the people of Clare at the present day. The ancient inhabitants of Ireland from the earliest times were recognised as Iberians, and, as we learn from the life of Saint Senan, were known in central Clare as the Basque tribe. The Iberian race, or Fir Bolgs, as they are called in the ancient records and traditions of Ireland, have left us something more than their bones. They lived on until long after the invasion of Ireland by the Celts, and many of their massive stone forts still exist in Clare. Mr. T.J. Westrop, in the September number of the Journal of the Royal Society of Antiquaries of Ireland, has described and given us the ground plan of two of these forts. Some of the most perfect and remarkable work of these people is to be found on the Isles of Arran, at the entrance of Galway Bay. As the Celts advanced from the east, the Iberian chiefs of Ireland were driven westward. One of these chiefs, Angus by name, took up his abode on the Isles of Arran. His brother, Adar, fixed his home in the centre of Clare, on the lands subsequently occupied by our Sept. This chief died and was buried within 2 miles of the site of Quinn Abbey, and the mound over his remains still exists in a perfect state of preservation. It is known as my Adar, and will be frequently referred to in the following pages as being the spot on which the chiefs of the Dalcasian tribe were inaugurated kings of Thomond. Our knowledge of the Irish Iberians is very imperfect. When we first have cognizance of their existence in that country, they had passed from their primitive state and developed into a people under the leadership of chiefs. Their consanguinei, near and remote, were classified into categories, and in conversation they addressed one another by terms of relationship and not by personal names. At the time of the Celtic invasion of Ireland, these people made a vigorous effort to resist the foreigners and appear to have been led on more than one occasion by female warriors. One of them is referred to in a Celtic poem as follows: "The valley where the lovely Foss fell, from her, as ancient Irish records tell, obtained the name Glan Fais, by which name it is known at the present time." Scota, the widow of a chief of Munster, was also slain in an engagement with the Aryan invaders. And in the footnote, we learn from Holland's Head Chronicles that it was from this Scota, or Scotach, that the early Irish were known as Scots, a name subsequently given by the Iberian and Celtic settlers in the north of Britain to Scotland, the land of Scota. Returning to the text, towards the end of the 1st century of our era, the Fir Bolgs rose against the Celts. They had still a chief in Connacht who was of sufficient importance to receive the Celtic king of Ireland, but having invited the king and his attendants into his fort, the Fir Bolg chief slew the whole of them and then seized the government of Ireland. Their reign, however, was of short duration, for the Celts soon recovered their power and slaughtered or drove out of the country great numbers of the old race. It was at this period that Angus sought refuge in the Isles of Arran. From this history we learn that the Iberian stock were still powerful and numerous in Ireland at the commencement of the Christian era, and we shall find that in the district now known as County Clare, these people were not conquered by the Celts until the end of the 4th or beginning of the 5th century. The Isles of Arran, the descendants of the old Iberian stock, have probably existed with less intermixations of race than in most other districts of Ireland, except perhaps in parts of Burren, and within the past few years Professor Haddon and C.R. Brown of Dublin have visited these islands and reported concerning the people. They state that at present the inhabitants of the Isles of Arran, in Galway, are still largely a peculiar and exclusive race, although mixed with Irish men who have come from the mainland. The men are short and slight, but athletic in build. Their average height is 5 feet 4 3/4 inches, whereas Irish men average 5 feet 8.5 inches. Their hands are small, with short span, and their forearm is often unusually long. Their head is well shaped, long and narrow, but viewed from above, their sides are slightly bulging, not flat. The height above the ears is considerable, and the top well arched. The forehead is broad, upright, and rarely receding, though not high as a rule, and the superciliary ridges of the brow, that is to say, the bone over the eyes, are not prominent. The face being remarkably long and oval, the chin long and narrow but not angular. The eyes are rather small, close together, and marked at the outer corners by transverse wrinkles. The irises are mostly blue or blue-grey, the nose long, straight and pointed. The lower lip is rather large and full. The ears are not large but stand well out from the head. In many of the men the length of nose and chin appears decidedly great. The complexion is clear and ruddy, but seldom freckled. Their hair is brown, mostly light brown, and the beard often reddish. On the whole, they are decidedly good looking. Their sight and hearing is singularly acute. Dr. Keane states that on a clear day any of them could discern with the naked eye a small black sailing boat at Blackhead 20 miles distant before he could see it with his binocular. Some of them live to a great age, and the births exceed the deaths, but the population is decreasing owing to emigration. A tombstone in Killeen records the death of one who lived 119 years. They are exceptionally honest, straightforward and upright in their dealings, and illegitimacy is almost unknown. Mr. P. Leicester, a magistrate of these islands, states, quote, "The Aran Islanders are, as a body, extremely well behaved and industrious people. If there are disputes among them, it is in connection with lands. There are very few cases of drunkenness. I have known 2 months elapse without a single case being brought before me. For 4 years I have not sent more than 6 or 7 persons to jail without the option of a fine. There is no jail on the island. Theft is very rare. I only remember 1 case of positive stealing sent for trial." End quote. They are singularly unmusical, no piper, fiddler or musician of any sort being on the islands. Irish is their language, but English can be understood and spoken with strangers. Most of the weddings occur just before Lent, and there is no courtship, the young man going straight to the house of an eligible girl and asking her to marry him. If refused, he goes elsewhere, and a man has been known to ask 3 girls the same evening before he was accepted. Wakes are held even for those who die abroad. At one time, a funeral procession would be stopped on the road and the mourners would raise small piles of stones. A corpse is always led out through the back door, for the Aaronites believe in fairies, banshees and ghosts. If at the marriage any one repeats the benediction after the priest and ties a knot on a string at the mention of each of the sacred names, the marriage will be childless for 15 years until the string is burned. pin wells and rag bushes are still frequented, and on the night before emigrating, people will sleep in the open beside one of the holy wells in order to have good fortune where they go. The evil eye is believed in, and certain days are counted unlucky, so that even burials do not take place on them. Mr. Webster lived for many years among the Basques, who are the descendants of the Iberian inhabitants of Spain. He states that as a pure race, they are only to be found in the mountain ranges of the Spanish Pyrenees, that their skulls are long from before backwards and flat from side to side, that their faces are long and oval with a good angle. The Basques have blue or blue-grey eyes, brown hair and fair complexions. The large majority of the young men are good-looking fellows. They have a remarkably upright carriage. The Basque is under the average height, but is a strong, wiry creature capable of undergoing any amount of hard work. If we compare the description of the Basques with that of many of the people inhabiting the Isles of Arran and Burren, we shall find that from an anthropological point of view, they are almost identical. And in the Isles of Arran, the most extensive works of the pre-Celtic people of Ireland exists. Mr. Webster observes that the Basque language has great powers of assimilation and freely takes vocabularies of other languages. Macnamara is of the opinion that it is one of the best representatives of the Turanian type of language. Until the year 1833, the Basques of Spain were an absolutely free people, governed by their own laws and chiefs, who, with their alcaldes, were elected by the people as their leaders and judges. Every man's home was his sanctuary, into which neither the law nor any other power might intrude. Nor could any action be initiated against a man until he had stated his case before constituted authorities. It was then either dismissed or sent on for adjudication. They levied their own taxes, and of their free will granted a contingent of soldiers and sailors for the services of the Crown of Castile, upon the distinct understanding that their national customs and laws were to remain inviolate. In fact, they transferred their allegiance from the King of Navarre to Castile in the 12th and 13th centuries because the former sovereign attempted to tamper with their furors or ancient rights. These much prized furors have not, so far as we know, been compiled or carefully studied, but they related chiefly to the tenure of land, the Basques being essentially an agricultural people, living in hamlets scattered over their valleys and mountains, and abhorring the idea of an approach to town life or mercantile pursuits. Those of them, however, who resided near the coast are excellent and intrepid sailors. The third Earl of Carnarvon, who was born in the year 1800 and grew up to be fond of adventure and foreign travel, being an excellent linguist, states that he resided for some time in the Basque provinces before the year 1833, when they were still a free people and living under their own laws and institutions. He observes that every man had a right to state his own case before constituted authorities when accused, or as defendant, and that this was a right far more precious than even the habeas corpus is with us, and was thoroughly appreciated by these people. Lord Carnarvon states that in 1833 the Basques rose to a man against Queen Isabella of Spain in her attempt to destroy their furors, and so, he observes, they, quote, were pronounced rebels by her Majesty's ministers, and the ancient law of their country was to be swamped and superseded by the common law of Spain, and this measure was carried by an arbitrary edict of a government of yesterday. End quote. It is well to quote Lord Carnarvon's opinion regarding the character of the Basque people, because it seems that we are justified in maintaining that the pre-Celtic inhabitants, at any rate of that part of Ireland with which we are now concerned, and the Basques, were derived from the same Iberian stock. Of the character of these ancient people we can only now collect dim rays of light, but at the present time we have many of their descendants with us, a mixed race to some extent in the case of the inhabitants of the Isles of Arran, but almost pure and allowed to develop under their own laws and institutions in the Basque province up to the time that Lord Carnarvon lived among them. He writes that they inhabited a free land and were men deserving freedom, and continues, quote, "The erect, not haughty carriage, the buoyant step, and the whole bearing of the men spoke of liberty long enjoyed, well understood, and therefore not abused." Such men were the Basques, trained to habits of self-reliance by centuries of self-government, fine men in spirit, not in name alone, drinking in with their mother's milk a love of justice and a reverence for law, in thought sober yet independent and wholly without fear, except the honest fear of doing wrong, models of ancient manners, and not unfrequently of manly beauty, faithful friends, generous hosts, following with fervour, but without intolerance, their father's fate. They were the Tyrolese of Spain, and I might add, the flower of Europe. Lambs in the hour of peace, yet heroes in the field. With them, the household charities and patriotism went hand in hand. In them, the honest, yet the kindest spirit, the mildest, yet the proudest virtues were combined. Never, perhaps, existed a more perfect union of the qualities which should adorn a people. The idolatry of freedom, so distinctive of the Swiss, and the unconquerable affection of the Tyrolese to his princes, were, by a happy and most unusual combination, united in the Basques. They adhere with tenacity to the soil of their birth. No prospect of advantage or promotion can induce him to abandon his home. He is ready to make any sacrifice, or incur any danger in defence of his home. The ties of kindred are peculiarly strong, nevertheless. The mother of a cherished family has been known, without a summons, to replace her lost husband in the ranks of Don Carlos's army by one, two, or even her third and only remaining boy." End quote. There is much in this passage which reminds us of the character of the Irish west of the Shannon. From their history we shall learn that they likewise fought and strove for centuries to preserve their feuars, their ancient laws, government and lands. It is true the Iberians of Ireland were conquered by the Celts, but it is equally certain that they were far from having been exterminated. The Fir Bolgs not only lived on in west of Ireland, but they intermarried with the Celts, and the mixed race must have influenced to a considerable extent the social and political life of the inhabitants of Connacht, including County Clare. The Celts passed over from the continent of Europe into Ireland and conquered the Iberian inhabitants of that country. I have referred to the elongated form of skull of the Iberian race. The crania of the Celts, on the other hand, was broad in proportion to their length from before backwards, and in the burrows containing such skulls, iron and bronze instruments are found, which take the place of the bone weapons of the earlier inhabitants of Ireland. Colonel Wood Martin believes that iron and Christianity were introduced into Ireland within an approximately short period of each other. For although iron may, in small quantities, have found its way into that country through the ordinary channels of commerce then open at or just before the commencement of the Christian era, yet iron ingots or iron articles so acquired would be comparatively few in number. It may be well to state that the Irish Celts belonged principally to the old Aryan or Godelic type. They were a fair-haired, grey or blue-eyed race, tall, well-developed, handsome fellows. We have the authority of Professor Seuss for asserting that their language, together with that of the Greeks, Teutons and Slavs, belonged to the Aryan race, or rather that they spoke a pure Aryan language. Subsequent to the invasion of England by the Godelic Celts, a later inroad, Brythonic, of this race occurred, but these latter Celts did not pass into Ireland. There the old and pure Aryan stock remained, speaking a language the vestiges of which exist in the Erse, Manx and Gaelic tongue. We hear of the Celts at one time as being a powerful nation in Europe, who pressed hard upon the Greek and Roman empires, but who almost suddenly disappeared from the family of Western nations, crushed by the Romans under Caesar and the Germans who invaded their territory from the east. In England, the Celt was driven back into Wales and the Highlands of Scotland, where he has dwelt and continues to live and multiply up to the present day. The German historian Mommsen, in his History of Rome, concerning the Celts of Europe, observes, quote, that in the mighty vortex of the world's history, which invariably crushes all nations that are not as hard as steel, such a people could not permanently maintain themselves. With reason, the Celt of the continent suffered the same fate at the hands of the Romans as their kinsmen in Ireland suffer down to our day at the hands of the Saxons, the fate of becoming merged as a leaven of future development in a politically superior nationality. End quote. Monsieur Thierry, the historian of the Gallic Celts, from an historical point of view, gained an intimate knowledge of these people, and I have placed his opinion side by side with those of Mommsen regarding the congenital character of the Celt. Mommsen. 1. The whole ancient world presents no more genuine knight. 2. The incapacity to attain or even to tolerate any organisation, either military or political. 3. Laziness in culture of the fields. 4. Love of ostentation. 5. Extravagant credulity. 6. Inclination to rise in revolt under the first chance leader. 7. Irresolute and fervid. 8. Clever. 9. A delight in singing and a talent for poetry and rhetoric. 10. In a political point of view, thoroughly useless as a nation. Theory. 1. Personal bravery unequalled among ancient nations. 2. A marked dislike to the idea of discipline and order. 3. Want of perseverance. 4. Extreme ostentation. 5. Open to all impressions. 6. Perpetual dissensions. 7. Extreme susceptibility, impetuous and excessively vain. 8. Remarkably intelligent. 9. A free spirit. 10. As a nation, the personal sentiment, the idea of self, far too much developed. Mommsen adds that the Celt was remarkable for his childlike piety, unsurpassed fervour of national feeling, and the closeness with which those who were fellow countrymen cling together almost like one family in opposition to a stranger. Dr. Ritchie, who was Professor of Feudal and English Law in the University of Dublin, and to whose admirable History of the Irish People we are so much indebted for our knowledge on this subject, states that, in his opinion, the admitted failure of the Celtic race is not so much attributable to the inferiority of their organisation as to the fact of their possessing a highly organised and sensitive disposition. They are therefore extremely susceptible of emotions and perceptions, and apt to arrive at rapid conclusions which are not always lasting. They shrink against the staying power of the German race, the Celt's ideas being too often matured before the Saxon has mastered even the premises on which his opinions are founded. The stolid, persevering and fixed purpose of the Saxon has and must prevail over the light-hearted, sensitive and comparatively indolent Celt. Dr. Ritchie, like Mommsen, dilates on the remarkably tenacious feeling which the Celt has for his fellow countrymen, his family, and when they existed, for his chiefs. And the Reverend Dr. Todd, in his Life of St. Patrick, observes that the, quote, key note of Irish history is the spirit of clanship among Irish men, together with adhesion to ancient rites. End quote. Robert Knox of Edinburgh, in his work on the races of men, states that the Celt was made for the game of war, and that herein lies the strength of his physical and moral character. In structure and weight, he is inferior to the Saxon. In muscular energy and rapidity of action, he surpasses all other European races. Categorised paribus, that is, weight for weight, age for age, stature for stature, the Celts are the strongest of men. Zealous in point of honour, admitting of no practical jokes, admirer of the fine arts, his taste is excellent and his ear good. Full of deep sympathies, dreamers on the past, gallant and brave, they are not more courageous but more warlike than other races. Before leaving this subject, we may refer to the closing history of a typical Celtic chief drawn by Mommsen, who was not likely to flatter the Celt. He writes as follows: Caesar having invaded Gaul from the south and the Germans from the east, the Celts of Gaul were almost completely subjugated. In the year BC 53, there was little left to them beyond Brittany, and there, under the gallant leadership of one of their chiefs, Acco, they for some time resisted the Romans. But at length their stronghold, Veneti, fell. Acco was taken prisoner and executed by the Romans. This act was sufficient to rouse the whole Celtic people to revolt, and they elected Vercingetorix as their chief. He, despairing of defeating the Romans in the open field, determined to mobilize a large force of cavalry, and by its means destroy the enemy's supply of food, and to cut off his means of communication with Italy. Vercingetorix abandoned all weak places of defence and concentrated his efforts on strengthening those points he believed he could hold with success. In this way he defended Bourges, inflicting terrible losses on the Romans. For some time Caesar's position in Gaul was extremely precarious. He failed to capture Gregoria, although he was himself in command of the siege operations. This defeat, the first Caesar in person had ever suffered, gave great encouragement to the Celts. On the other hand, the Romans became disheartened, and at a council of war, Caesar was advised to retire into Italy. This he refused to do, and by a rapid concentration of his army and enormous personal exertions, he at length succeeded in shutting up Vercingetorix and a large portion of his army in the fortified town of Alesia. The Romans invested the place for 10 miles and completely cut off the supplies of the 80,000 men within its walls. Vercingetorix dismissed his cavalry, and they managed to make their way through the Roman lines, and although 250,000 Celts collected for the relief of Alesia, the Romans had, in the meantime, rendered their position impregnable. Alesia fell, and with it the Celtic nation. The defeated Celts were allowed to disperse because Vercingetorix refused to take flight, but decided in a council of war that since he had not succeeded in breaking off the alien yoke, he was ready to give himself up as a victim and to avert, as far as possible, the destruction of his people by bringing it onto his own head. And this was done. The Celtic officers delivered their chief, the solemn choice of the whole nation, to the enemy of their country for such punishment as might be thought fit. Mounted on his steed in full armour, the chief appeared before the Roman proconsul and rode round his tribunal. Then he surrendered his horse and arms and sat down in silence at Caesar's feet. 5 years afterwards he was led in triumph through the streets of Rome, and while his conqueror was offering solemn thanks to the gods on the summit of the Capitol, Vercingetorix
was beheaded at the base of the hill. Mommsen adds, quote, "As, after a day of gloom, the sun breaks through the clouds at its setting, so destiny bestows on nations in their decline a last great man. The whole ancient world presents no more genuine knight than Vercingetorix, the Celtic chief." End quote. From the evidence referred to, we may form a fairly accurate idea of the congenital nature of the people from which our Sept was derived. No question, their chiefs were almost pure Celts, being adverse to mixed marriages. The Iberians, however, were a comely race, and the marriage tie, if it existed in early times, was a very elastic one among our ancestors in the west of Ireland. There can be no question as to the extensive intermarriage of the Iberians and their Celtic conquerors, for in their ancient burying places skulls are found indicating a mixed race, and the same Ibero-Celtic form of skull is characteristic of the great majority of the crania of the agricultural population of Clare at the present time. Nor have these people any reason to be ashamed of their ancestors, as the preceding pages demonstrate. The two races from which they have sprung possessed many virtues, and doubtless had their failings. Their combined qualities afford us the material on which to base our ideas as to the character inherent in our ancestors, and their history may lead us to reflect as to the paramount importance which their congenital qualities had in shaping their course through many generations. In the two succeeding chapters, we must refer as briefly as possible to somewhat technical details concerning the social and political conditions under which our ancestors lived from the earliest times until well into the 16th century. Knowledge of this kind, however, is necessary to enable us to comprehend the life and subsequent history of the inhabitants of County Clare, or, for that matter, of any part of the south or west of Ireland.
So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Chapter 1 of A Story of an Irish Sept, Their Character and Struggle to Maintain Their Lands, by Charles Nottage Macnamara, a member of the Sept. Quite interesting stuff covered in this first chapter. But as I said before, this merely just lays the foundation for what's to come next. And I'm really even more excited to share the following chapters with you. So I can't say when this is going to happen. I hope it happens within the next week. Might take 2 weeks to put it together, maybe sooner. But the next one, we're going to talk about Brehon law. So I'm sure any of the followers of this channel are really going to enjoy what we cover in chapter 2. If you are watching this after the live stream and I didn't get a chance to answer any of your questions in the chat room, please post them in the comments below and I will definitely get back to them. Also, if you enjoyed this content, please like it, please share it, please subscribe to the channel and pass it on to anybody who you know who might like it, especially if you know any Macnamaras or O'Briens. I think they're really going to love this series of videos. So thank you for your time this evening. Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to jump over to the brehonacademy.org website, sign up there, and you can download a copy of this book as well. Until next time, slán go fóill. You've got Dina August Falcha Gadi, a call of Brehon. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Brehon Academy. My name is Kevin Flanagan, and tonight we're going to continue our journey into A Story of an Irish Sept, written by Nottage Charles Macnamara in 1896. This is going to cover chapter 2 of the book, which deals with the law and society of the early Irish, with a particular focus on the Brehon laws of early Ireland, which is one of my favorite topics. And followers of this channel, I think, are really going to enjoy the content that we cover in chapter 2. Just to do a little recap of what we've covered so far. This book was written in 1896, and the full title is A Story of an Irish Sept and Their Struggle to Maintain Their Lands in County Clare. Now, a sept is a word used in Ireland to describe sort of a confederation of clans. many different groups of families that are joined together by kin from a common ancestor. And in this case, the Macnamaras are part of the Dalcasian Sept. This is also the Sept or clan or tribe. I'll use these words interchangeably, from which the O'Briens descend through the great High King of Ireland, Brian Boru. In the chapter 1, he talks about the origins of the Sept, which he links to the Basques of the Iberian Peninsula on both sides of the Pyrenees. I want to be specific about this because I think it's important. The Basque people do not like to be called people who come from the north of Spain because, as they point out in the article that I read in the previous video, Spain did not exist at the time the Basque people did. And I kind of liken this to how Irish people do not like to be referred to as coming from the British Isles, which I hear a lot, not living in Ireland at the moment, traveling around Europe and different parts of the world over the last 4 or 5 years. I've heard this a lot, and Irish people don't really like it. So in chapter 1, he gives a lot of different reasons for why he believes it's valid to make this connection between the Basques and the early Irish, particularly those who are inhabitants of the west of Ireland and the Aran Islands. I'm not going to go into too much detail on that because you can always go back and watch chapter 1 video that's up on my channel. But because of the topics that were covered in it, and it raised a lot of questions in the comments, I decided it made sense to go a little bit deeper into these topics. And I made a follow-up video to that, an addendum to chapter 1 called Who Were the Fir Bolgs? So if you're interested in getting up to speed and all of that, I'd suggest after this video to go back and watch those other videos. In the addendum, I analyzed this idea of, is it right, the claims that Macnamara makes to come to that conclusion. One of the claims was that he compared the types of skulls found in early Ireland, in early Irish graves, to that of the Basque region. That might not be the strongest claim to make, and some people raised that in the comments, and that was a fair point to raise. But it wasn't the only claim that he made. He also likened the early Irish, particularly of Western Ireland, to the Basques, according to how they look in their stature, the color of their hair, that they were short, that they were brown haired, generally blue-eyed or gray-eyed. And he also made a lot of parallels to their character, the nature of these people, and how they were similar to that of the Basque, that they loved justice, that they were adhere to the land on which they were born, and nothing, not promotion or payment, could convince them to abandon their ancestral lands. They also clung dearly to their ancient customs and ancient rites, which was something that the Irish did for a long time, until eventually, sadly, they were conquered. A large part of my work deals with what I think of as the Gaelic era of Ireland, which I class up until around the 1600s, which is when we had the Battle of Kinsale and the flight of the Earls. And shortly after that, we had the new planters, the Tudor conquests, the penal laws. And it was really in that period from the early 1600s onwards up until the War of Independence that we see the erosion of Irish culture, Gaelic identity, to the point where very few Irish people, including myself, are even able to speak the language of our ancestors. And that's quite sad. And it becomes all the more apparent just how sad that is when we look at the history of Ireland kind of within a context, to kind of look at it, take a long view, but also kind of condensed into a single story. And this is why I really love this book, A Story of an Irish Sept, because it tells that story of Ireland, but focusing on a single clan, a single sept, a single tribe. And while this is very specific to the Dalcasians and the Macnamaras and the O'Briens and their kindred, similar stories could be said pretty much of any clan from early Ireland. So in this chapter, we're going to move things forward a bit. We've looked at the origins in chapter 1. I did an addendum to that to go a little bit deeper into the ideas and motifs that come out of that conversation. Chapter 2 is going to move into a more familiar, I think, part of Irish history, which is going to deal with the laws and society of early Ireland. We're going to look at the Brehon laws and consider their pre-Christian origins. We're also going to be introduced to St. Patrick and consider his role in, I guess you could say, codifying the Brehon laws. And what I mean by that is writing them into manuscripts. So we consider the kind of Irish era of writing to begin after the Christians came to Ireland, which was in 432 AD. But what's really interesting is the 9 people who were assembled to compile the Seancasmór, the great ancient law code. Seancas means something that's like ancient or old, and mór means big or great. So the Seancasmór is the great ancient law code. And even though St. Patrick, as a Christian, and 3 bishops were involved in the codifying of this law, we will learn in this chapter that most of the other people who were there working on this codification, including 3 kings and 3 learned men, were pagans, and they clung to their pagan beliefs. So the question remains, to what extent were they, quote unquote, Christianized? But it's an interesting topic to consider anyway. We'll also look at the law of distress, which is a very important part of the Brehon law, and also of fasting for justice. We'll spend about a minute only talking about the bee judgments, the Brehon law concerning the ownership of bees. And then we'll move on to the nature of the tribe and the chief, how land was divided among the family. We'll talk about marriage and divorce, children, fosterage. We'll also talk about the guilds, which is a fantastic idea, which actually has a lot of merit in today's society as well. The guilds were associations of either farmers or craftsmen who joined together in an association in order to pool their wealth, but also in order to establish a stronger legal identity within society. And that's a very interesting topic, an aspect of early Ireland that definitely merits more investigation than Macnamara goes into in this chapter. And finally, we'll close up with a discussion on the houses that they lived in, the type of clothes that they wore, and the food that they ate. And I would say that this is a relatively short synopsis, considering we're talking about a pretty large span of time and a pretty dense topic. But it's a very nice synopsis on the Brehon law and early Irish society. But if you want to go deeper into this, please go and check out the online courses on the brehonacademy.org, especially in terms of early Irish culture and society. The online course there on that topic will go a lot deeper and into a lot more intrinsic detail than Macnamara covers in this chapter. And that's especially so of the course on the Brehon laws of early Ireland. I really would emphasize that what Macnamara talks about, is a very short teaser and synopsis that tries to give the reader a kind of an introductory taste of the nature and society of early Ireland under the Brehon laws. So if you want to go deeper into that, please check out the online courses. Also, you can download this book on the brehonacademy.org resource library. There's over 100 resources there, different PDF books that I have collected over the years and made available to all of the members on the brehonacademy.org. It is free to join. You just go to the Become a Member section, scroll down to the Basic Member, click to sign up, put in your details, and then you'll be able to access and download all of the content in the members library, and that will be free forever. Search for A Story of an Irish Sept, and you can download the book there. Before I jump into this, I just want to say a big thank you to the few people who chipped in on the last video and gave a super chat. That is really appreciated. That was users on YouTube, Risen Ability, Fionn, and a channel called Clans and Dynasties. And I would suggest to check out that channel as well, Clans and Dynasties. If you like the content that I cover here, you're going to love the content that they cover over there. I'm hoping that we can have some future collaboration, because there's definitely a lot of overlap in the content that I cover and what they have on their channel. So Clans and Dynasties channel on YouTube, give that a check out as well. My mission with all of this is quite ambitious, but also quite simple. I am just trying to open a conversation and bring information to people so that it maybe sparks something inside of them. Sort of like, I used this metaphor before, that Irish culture and history and our connection to it, it's kind of like a fire that has almost gone out, but the embers are still burning in this fire. And if we just blow on these embers, gently blow, and start adding a little bit of fuel to them, then maybe a new fire will begin to burn, one that has a relevance for today's society, one that can maybe be a guiding light into this very uncertain future that we're all facing at the moment. And I really thank all of you for being here on this journey with me. One of the things I hear quite often, actually, when it comes to the Brehon law and people rediscovering the Brehon law, a phrase I hear is they say, I felt like a homecoming, like it stirred something inside me, something familiar but distant. And that's really what I hope the Brehon law, the Brehon Academy, should I say, can be at this time. And I really am grateful for every single one of you who are on this journey as well. So without further ado, let's begin the next chapter, chapter 2 of A Story of an Irish Sept and Their Struggle to Maintain Their Lands in Clare by Nottage Charles Macnamara, published in 1896.
The Story of an Irish Sept, Chapter 2, on the Brehon Code, pre-Christian Ireland, derived from Aryan sources, the Brehons, their office, the law of distress, fasting on a plaintiff, homicide punished by a fine, the bee judgments, the tribe, the sept and chief of the ancient Irish, the election of the chief, conjoint family, division of land among its members, repartition of land, parents and children, fosterage, guilds, dwelling, furniture, dress, and food. The Brehon Code regulated the various ranks of society among the early Irish, from the king to the serf, and in this code of laws we find the rights and privileges of each grade of society, the management of property, size of the dwellings, and rules and regulations governing the relations of the individuals concerned in every step of life from the cradle to the grave. Much of this work was elaborated before the commencement of the Christian era. It was committed to memory and handed down from one generation of Brehons to another. These laws were not enacted by a legislative body. They were, as stated in the earliest compilation we possess of the Brehon Code, the consensus of opinion of the people as to what was right and what was wrong in the conduct of human affairs. They are said to, quote, contain the judgments of true nature, that is, what men might know and should be obliged unto by the mere principle of reason imposed by consideration and experience. End quote. And from the footnote, the law of nature is that which is so exactly fitted to suit with the rational and social nature of man that human kings cannot maintain an honest and peaceful fellowship without it, or, in other words, that which carries in it a natural goodness, or a usefulness arising from its internal efficacy towards man in general. Though there be, also, a further reason of this denomination, inasmuch as law may be found out and known by the ordinary sagacity of man and from the consideration of human nature in common. Positive law is that which does not by any means flow from the general condition of human nature, but from the sole pleasure of the lawgiver, though these laws ought likewise to have their reason and their uses in reference to that particular society for which they are enacted. End quote. From The Law of Nature and Nations by Basil Kent. Returning to the text, These laws were doubtless modified as the wants of society developed, and from the earliest times until the reign of James I of England, the Brehon laws remained in full force in Clare and other parts of the west of Ireland, and necessarily exercised a great influence on the social and political life of the people. There is abundant evidence to demonstrate the fact that these Brehon laws derived from, or rather the product of the people, were not only just but were effective in administering to the evils they were intended to control in a society such as that which existed in Clare until the close of the 16th century. Soon after the introduction of Christianity into Ireland in AD 432 by St. Patrick, it was determined to commit the Brehon laws to writing, expunging from them what was contrary to the precepts contained in the New Testament. Otherwise, these laws were confirmed by the Brehons and by St. Patrick. Quote, "For the law of nature had been quite right, except the faith and its obligations and the harmony of the church and the people." End quote. This was the opinion of the 9 persons appointed to draw up this important work, which has come down to us in the form not long since translated into English under the authority of government. From the footnotes, 9 persons were appointed to arrange and revise the Brehon laws: Patrick and Benin and Kernick, 3 bishops; Leary, monarch of Ireland; Dara, a king of Ulster; Cork, a king of Munster; Macnamara, an antiquarian and learned in the dialects; Fergus, a poet; and Duvach, Brehon and poet to the monarch of the country. With regard to these persons, Leary was never more than a nominal Christian, and his son was a pronounced pagan, as was also Dara, king of Ulster, and Cork, king of Munster. Fergus did not even profess to be a Christian, so that the revisers of the Brehon laws cannot have been highly charged advocates of the new religion. Returning to the text, it is beyond the scope of this work to attempt to review the Brehon Code, but it is necessary briefly to refer to some of the principles laid down in these laws, because they directly influenced the life of the early Irish. The Brehon laws were, in the first instance, administered by Druids, who were likewise the schoolmasters and genealogists of the Celtic inhabitants of Ireland. But as these laws grew more complicated, a class of men sprung up who devoted their lives to the study of the law and were known as the Brehons. The Brehons had to pass through a course of 12 years training to enable them to enter the lowest ranks of the profession. They attempted to meet all possible varieties of cases by rules, leaving no discretion to the Brehon as to the amount of damages to be awarded. For the award rested either on a decision given in an actual or in a hypothetical case, as laid down in the Brehon Code. There was no appeal from the decision of a Brehon of one rank to another of equal rank, but there might be an appeal on the grounds of sudden judgment from the decision of a Brehon to a court or council of superior Brehons, for these officers were of a different rank. A chief Brehon resided with the king of each province. The law of distress forms a large and important part of the Brehon Code. It defines the various steps by which a man who has been injured or had to recover a debt could compel the debtor to consent to appear before a Brehon to determine the merits of the case and award damages. It must be borne in mind that the early Irish had no law courts or judges who were able to enforce the law. The process consisted in the necessity which existed in a primitive society for the intervention of some extraneous influence to arbitrate between persons who were otherwise unable to settle their own differences. And further, that such disputes were not simply personal matters. Individuals might disagree, but their action often implicated directly all the members of their family and of the sept to which they belonged. Individuals, as a rule, had no means of their own wherewith to pay a fine. It was from the family stock alone that a payment of this description could be met. If the offender refused to submit his case to the arbitration of a Brehon or declined to meet the award given against him, the injured person proceeded under the law of distress to seize a certain number of cattle or other effects of the defendant after having given due notice of the action he was about to take. If cattle were thus seized, they were placed in a pound and properly cared for. The parties concerned in the action then appeared before a Brehon with witnesses and all that was necessary to prove the claim. The arbitrator, having heard the case on both sides, gave judgment in accord with precedents laid down in the Brehon Code. This judgment was final, and unless the person against whom it was given or his family conformed to the decision, he was excluded from the family and sept to which he belonged. If a man low in the social scale, he might be handed over to the creditor as a slave for a specific term of years or for life. If the plaintiff happened to be a poor man who had a claim against a powerful landowner, it was possible the latter might take no heed of the demand. In cases of this description, after notice had been served by the plaintiff, if the defendant gave no pledges for appeal to arbitration, the former proceeded to, quote, fast upon his more powerful neighbour, end quote. That is, he seated himself at the door of the rich man's house and remained there without food until he received satisfaction. The Brehon law states that, quote, he who does not give pledges to a fasting person is an evader of all. He who disregards all things shall not be paid by God or man, end quote. This system of fasting by a plaintiff at the door of the defendant is still practiced throughout India as a means of bringing a man to a sense of justice. But in spite of a safeguard of this kind, under the law of distress, the rich man had an advantage over his poorer neighbour, because the scale of damages awarded by a Brehon took account of the social position of the defendant. Beyond this, as before explained, in most cases the penalty of a man's crime did not fall directly on himself, but on his family. Homicide. Under the Brehon laws, if a man committed murder, his family had to pay a fine to the relatives of the murdered man. The amount of the fine was such as the Brehon judged was sufficient to compensate the family of the murdered man for the loss they had sustained, and thus to remove their desire for revenge on the murderer. Cases of homicide were divided into two classes, the one committed without malice or forethought, the other with malice and premeditation. In the former, the fine imposed was one half less than in the latter. Heavy penalties were added if the murderer attempted to conceal the body of his victim. St. Patrick, when revising the Brehon Code, insisted on the principle of life for a life being introduced, in place of a fine to satisfy the revenge incited in the mind of the murdered man's family. The saint soon had an opportunity of putting his precepts in force, for his own charioteer was slain, and St. Patrick demanded the death of the murderer. The case was referred to the chief Brehon of Ireland, who, it seems, had previously become a Christian, and he decreed that the, quote, murderer should die, or, as the saint promised, should pass to a new life in heaven, end quote. In spite of this assurance, the Irish declined to follow St. Patrick in this matter, and so murder remained punishable by a fine, and was one of the most serious charges brought against the Brehon Code by the English lawyers of Queen Elizabeth's time. B judgments. It may seem strange that a large part of one of the volumes of the Brehon Code should be occupied with this subject, but bees were important beings in former times, honey being used by our ancestors in place of sugar until well into the 16th century. Under these laws, an owner of bees was obliged every 3 years to distribute a portion of his honey to his neighbours, because his bees must have gathered some of the honey from off their lands. One of the chief difficulties that arose regarding bees was with respect to swarms which had wandered beyond the land of their owners. It was assumed that the bees, to a large extent, fed on the farms to which they belonged, and that consequently a swarm, if it passed from its own grounds to a neighbour's, belonged by right to the latter. But cases of this kind were very complicated and gave rise to all manner of hypothetical and actual judgments which fill many pages of the Brehon law tracts. The tribe, the sept, and the chief. In the Brehon laws, the word finny is used for the family as we understand the term, that is, for the children of a living parent and their descendants. By the term sept, which is the same as the conjoint family in India, is meant the combined descendants of an ancestor long since dead and who had been one of the sons of the original chief or head of the tribe. From the footnotes, for instance, about the year AD 420, a Celtic chief called Cas settled in Clare. He became head of a tribe, the Dalcasians, or tribe or people of Cas. Cas had many sons, the eldest called Bloyd, who was the progenitor of the Sept of O'Briens. Cas's second son was called Cashin, and he was the progenitor of the Sept of Macnamaras, and so on with his other sons. Back to the text. The tribe consisted of a group or aggregate of such septs. To each sept, a specific portion of territory or tribal and common lands were assigned. The number of families and septs forming a tribe were assumed to have originally proceeded from a common ancestor, and this relationship was the chain which bound all the members of a tribe to one another. For having been derived from a common ancestor, often a man of commanding qualities, his descendants were, to a greater or less extent, bound together by congenital dispositions, and so by modes of thought and character. At the head of every tribe was a chief, who was elected by all the free men of his tribe to office. In like manner, each sept had its chief, who was also chosen by the free men of the sept to office. For example, the Macnamaras were a sept of the Dalcasian tribe, and in the year AD 1000, Brian Boru was chief of the Dalcasians and also monarch of Ireland. At the same time, a person of the name of Menma was chief of the sept known as Clan Cullen, or the aggregate of the various families of Macnamaras then living in central Clare. The members of the tribe and of its subdivision into septs and families, bound together by congenital qualities, formed a complete society, social and political. The tribe was the proprietor of everything, including the land within its own territory. Individuals as such had no property. Even kings and chiefs held the greater part of their lands by virtue of their office, and not as individuals. The chief was the recognized leader of his tribe during the time of war. He made peace or war without reference to any other authority. He led his men in battle, and as this often meant great physical exertion, fighting for hours together with a heavy battle axe, sword or lance, so the chief had necessarily to be in a perpetual state of training, and a great part of his time was occupied in athletics, in hunting, and such like manly exercises. In Clare, much attention was given to horse breeding, which engaged the chief's time. Matters connected with the collection of revenue, hospitality, and chess playing filled up the life of an Irish chief. A chief was elected to office by the free men of his tribe, or of his sept, as the case might be, and was selected, quote, next in blood that was eldest and worthiest, end quote, to the deceased chief. This principle must be clearly comprehended to enable us rightly to understand the history of these people. The title to nobility or leadership depended on the character of the man. Neither birth nor wealth could raise an individual to be leader of the tribe or sept, but his fitness only, that is, his character as appreciated by those who knew him. But it is obvious that under such a system the tribe or the sept might have been left in the midst of a battle or other emergency without a proper leader. To obviate this difficulty, when the chief was chosen, they elected a substitute chief, or tanist as he was called. The eldest son of the chief was often elected as tanist to his father, but, quote, he must be the most capable member of the family, end quote. No other claim was allowed. The ceremony of inaugurating a chief and his tanist to office was little more than the public ratification by his tribesmen of their choice, for the individual elected had invariably, by his preponderating influence and character had been virtually recognised as leader of the sept or tribe long before the day of inauguration. If there were competitors for the office of chief, an appeal to arms was most frequently resorted to in order to settle the dispute. We shall meet with a notable example of this in the history of the family whose fortunes we have to follow. The chief of the tribe and of a sept had, in proportion to their social position, a certain quantity of land allotted to them, which they held by virtue of their office. They received tribute and certain cesses from the freemen of the tribe and sept, of which they were respectively heads. The chief of a tribe, like the Dalcasian, thus became in time owner of large flocks, which he received as the executive officer of his district. These he paid in part as tribute to the king of the province. He was bound to hospitality, to provide the means of war to a large extent, to repair roads and so on, and it was his duty to supply stock for those who required it, so that they might in their turn be able to pay tribute. The conjoined family or sept consisted of the kinsmen of a known ancestor who combined for social purposes. The members of such a family shared their goods in common. Their home was the centre of the family life, and was governed under a system of unwritten laws by an elected head or ruler, who was not only answerable for the safekeeping of the stock, but also for the good conduct of the members of his family. As there was no executive authority to enforce order in a household, the head of the family was supreme within its precincts, from which, in case of necessity, a refractory number might be expelled to become an outlaw, or in most cases a serf. A man and his wife living under such conditions would, with their children and grandchildren, soon overstock the parental home. It therefore became necessary to make provision for the rising generation. At the same time, it was impossible to expand the lands allotted to the family so that an indefinite number of the parental stock might live upon that which it could produce. Provision had to be made to meet this difficulty. In the case of the founder of a family, each of his 4 eldest sons left the parental household and settled on tribal lands, which were allotted in such quantity as to enable them to maintain themselves in a position in society equal to that of their father. If the father had more than 4 sons, one of them remained in the home and took charge of it after his father's death. If there were more than 5 sons, the others had to become retainers of their brothers or had to shift for themselves, so that the family continued to exist, but there was a direct incentive to keep it within moderate limits. A new head was substituted for the former one, and if this individual had brothers or there were other members of the family who were not in possession of sufficient lands to maintain them in their former rank, the head of the family was capable of acting for such persons as witness in court to supply bail, and was able to take the place of their father in all legal and public matters. On the death of one of the sept, the chief made a repartition of the land belonging to the family, everyone receiving his share per stirpus and not per capita. By the redistribution of the land, and by its allotment under the system of gavelkind, the descendants of the original head of a family claiming land were kept within due limits. This system was practically the same as that of the Hindu joint family of the present time. In such a family, all the property is held in common, and brought into a common purse. On the death of any one of the members of the family, the deceased's share is divided among his kindred included in the family group. Parents and children. According to the Brehon laws, a father was obliged to provide for his daughters either in their own home or more commonly in the home of foster parents, until the girls were of marriageable age, that is, 16 or 17 years old. A father was bound to marry his daughters to men of equal rank to his own, and the son who succeeded his father as head of the house incurred similar responsibilities as regards his unmarried sisters. He was also compelled to support them if necessary in old age, sickness or trouble. A mother in like manner had to provide for her sons, and they had reciprocal obligations. The laws relating to marriage portions proved that under the Brehon laws, the rights of women were carefully protected. Unlike the Roman law, the Brehon code demanded for the mother of a family a position equal to that of the father, and when they possessed equal property, the one could not enter into a contract concerning it without the consent of the other. We know little regarding the ceremony of marriage, if any, as practiced by the early Irish. A divorce seems to have been a matter of mutual understanding even as late as the 11th and 12th centuries. For instance, Brian Boru took himself a wife who had 2 other husbands, and when he found her too hot-tempered to be agreeable, he parted from her without ceremony. Fosterage. Our ancestors came to the conclusion that discipline, obedience to superiors, and the work which a boy or girl would have to follow in their future career was best learned away from home. They consequently sent their children, when about 7 years of age, to a relative or someone belonging to their own grade of society to be nurtured and instructed for their calling in life. The person to whom a child was thus entrusted was called his foster father, but he really stood in the same relationship to the lad made over to him as an apprentice in after years did to his master. As the life of an Irish Celt was bound up in the soil and that which grew and fed upon it, so the cultivation of the land in its various branches was the chief thing a young Irishman had to learn, and, in addition, the use of arms whereby to preserve his home from enemies, human and otherwise. To enable the foster father to fulfil his engagement, he was allowed, under the Brehon laws, when necessary, to chastise his foster son. But it is strictly directed that, in inflicting corporal punishment, it was never to be carried to the extent of drawing blood or leaving a mark on a lad. Heavy penalties were imposed on a breach of this law. In case of illness, inability to learn, or for gross misconduct, the foster father was allowed to send the lad committed to his charge back to his parents. On the other hand, if a foster father kept the lad until he was 17 years of age, when he was always compelled to return home, and if it was then found that the lad had not become efficient in his calling, obedient and otherwise properly instructed, the foster father was heavily fined, and the amount of the fine was made over to the lad because, as the Brehon law states, it was, quote, upon him the injury of the want of learning had been inflicted. End quote. The fine to be charged in such cases was fixed by arbitrators appointed on both sides. It is evident from the chapter on fosterage, which is contained in the ancient laws of Ireland, that the subjects which a foster son had to acquire were immediately concerned with his material prosperity or calling. Anything beyond this was learnt in schools to which the foster father sent his charge. In these schools, before the 9th century, we have abundant evidence to show that the upper classes of Irish were taught Latin, history, and in some instances the Greek language. According to the Brehon laws, there were 2 kinds of fosterage, one for payment, the other of affection. If for payment, the foster father received from 3 to 16 cows as a fee for training a child. The number of cows depended on the grade of society to which the parent of the child belonged. The relations between a foster child and the family of the person to whom he was entrusted were of the most intimate and enduring character. For instance, a foster father was made responsible not only for the proper education, but for any wrong done by a lad under his care. On the other hand, a foster child was bound to aid and to support his foster parents throughout life if necessary. Boys in the humbler classes of life were taught first discipline, and then how to perform the various duties of life they would subsequently have to undertake, such as herding cattle, the management of a kiln, dyeing and dressing wool, and forestry. The girls were instructed also in discipline, the use of the quern, kneading, and various other kinds of domestic work. The food of both boys and girls is prescribed by law, and consisted of stirabout, porridge, flavoured with salt butter or milk. Among the better classes, honey was added. There was abundance of fish and meat to be had, but these articles are not included in the diet roll of young people in the days of old. The sons of the higher classes were taught horsemanship, chess playing, swimming, the use of arms, and other manly exercises. They were, quote, allowed a horse to ride in the time of races, end quote. It seems that they rode their steeds barebacked and with only a piece of rope in the animal's mouth to guide him. Girls were instructed in sewing, cutting out, and in embroidery, as well as in all matters pertaining to the domestic arrangements of the household. It is certain that this system of fosterage did not weaken the tie between children and their homes and parents. On the contrary, It seems to have developed an abiding love for the parental household and its surroundings. Beyond this, fosterage engendered an intense feeling of sympathy between various classes in Ireland, knitting high and low together by sentiments often stronger than those common to blood relationship, and so having a decided effect on the social and political life of the people. Guilds. There was evidently a tendency among the early Celts of Ireland to combine for mutual protection and by cooperation to work the land for the advantage of the families who occupied it. The word gial, or pledge, is of Celtic etymology, and from it is derived our word guild. The co-partnership was formed for working the lands held by several families. In this way, a large area of grazing land could often be obtained, which was easily accessible to the cattle of several homesteads. These guilds were established under provisions laid down in the Brehon Code for, quote, the mutual benefit and assurance between the co-partners, end quote. On entering a guild, quote, each of the members turned to the others and pledged himself that the responsibilities of the united body should be the responsibility of each person, end quote. The great advantage derivable from this institution of guilds was that by combination or cooperation, persons of an inferior grade in society, and not therefore possessing land sufficient to qualify as witnesses, sureties, or to sue before the Brehons, could, by joint action, qualify one of the guild to act for them, and so obtain the full rights of citizenship. Artisans, and in fact all who lived by handicraft, could in like manner choose a member of their guild to act for them individually, so that practically no free man was, under this ancient system, barred from the privileges of those classes of society which were above him in the social scale. It was through the guilds that villages first became established in Ireland, and subsequently developed into burghs. Of towns, the Celtic Irish knew but little. They collected in places like Limerick and Galway, but the trading community of such towns was largely constituted of foreigners, who carried on business with the agricultural population of the interior, exchanging hides and cattle for wine, silk, brocades, and various other commodities. As early as the 6th century, we hear of Gaulish merchants at Clonmacnoise on the Shannon, and in the very heart of Ireland selling wine to St. Kieran, who was at the time head of that flourishing establishment. These early Irish, however, were excellent sailors and enjoyed the perils of the deep, and still more the excitement and profit which frequently attended their marauding expeditions on the coast of England, France, and Spain. Dwellings. These were for the most part circular in form and constructed of wickerwork covered with clay or earth, over which hides, dyed of various colours, were frequently stretched. The roof was made of dried rushes and sloped from the centre outwards. We have a curious reference made to a house of this description in a poem written about AD 570 and attributed to Saint Brehon. The saint, when a youth, was one day caught in a heavy shower of rain. He took refuge under an oak tree, and seeing the drops falling from the leaves, amused himself by driving his heel into the damp soil and thus making a small hollow, which was soon filled by the drops of rain from the tree. Brehon then said, of drops upon this field, of rods around houses built, the house which is favoured of God, more and more numerous will be its family. Had I attended to my own lessons, at all times and in all places, though small my progress at a time, still I would acquire sufficient learning. It is a single rod which the man cuts, and which he weaves upon his house. The house rises pleasantly, though singly he sets the rod. The hollow which my heel hath made, be thanks to God and St. Colman, is filled in any shower by the single drop becomes a pool. I make a vow that while I live, I will not henceforth my lessons abandon. Whatever the difficulty may be to me, it is in cultivating learning I shall always be. Among the higher classes, it was by no means uncommon to find several houses of this description enclosed within a fence and occupied by various members of the same family. In such houses, the hut inhabited by the females of the family was generally separated by a fence from that of the males. The smaller houses had no opening except the door. The smoke from the fire, which was placed near the centre of the cabin, escaped as best it could through the roof. The head of the family, with his children and the retainers, all slept on the sand floor upon a bed of dried rushes. Among the better classes, beds were used and proper covering. These were, as a rule, placed around the walls of the common room, in the centre of which was a dining table surrounded with benches. The weapons, and the leather or wooden jugs and platters belonging to the family, were arranged on shelves or hung against the walls of the house. The distaff and spinning wheel, and in many cases the loom, formed part of the household furniture. In the kitchen, which among the better classes was a separate hut, was to be found a kneading trough, griddles, tubs, and other necessary wooden vessels, together with a cooking pot varying in size with the rank and requirements of the household. A single house, or a nest of houses, as the case might be, was invariably surrounded by a well-made blackthorn hedge, and as a rule, in addition, by a ditch and mud wall. This ring fence was directed by law to be carefully constructed, for within the enclosure was the home of the family, and no stranger might enter it without the permission of its headman. In cases of crime, the hand of the avenger was stayed at the gate of the fence surrounding the home, however poor the family might be to which it belonged. But the owner of the house was bound not to let a fugitive escape, for the law states that, quote, "He who lets a criminal escape is himself a culprit," end quote. Professor Sullivan is of opinion that the feeling thus engendered regarding the sanctity of the family home among the Irish was so strong and existed for so many generations that it has become a part of their nature, and accounts for the practice still prevalent amongst them of harbouring criminals who have thrown themselves on the protection of their relations. The law of trespass was remarkable as regards the household, and extended to the lower animals. For instance, the Brehon laws directs that on the young pig that first goes through a fence and shows the way to the herd, a fine is imposed on the owner equal to that of one animal. If a pig trespass a second or third time, the fine was increased to the sum of 7 animals, and so with dogs and other creatures. Precisely similar customs were established under the laws of Manu. In this code we find instructions given for the family to enclose its homestead, quote, with a hedge of thorny plants, and to stop every gap through which a dog or boar could thrust its head, end quote. There is a curious reference in the Celtic law tracts regarding the construction of the fence. It was to be the work of the conjoint family, and to ensure the attendance of its members in the construction of the fence, it was enacted that, quote, each of them shall give his victuals into the hands of others at night, so that he may remember to come in the morning to his share of the continency work, and the victuals of the person that will not come may be safely consumed, end quote. The size of the precinct surrounding the house of a family was determined as follows. The owner of the premises stood at the door of his dwelling and took a spear of certain length, and so far as he could cast it, did the precincts exist. This distance was doubled for each grade as it rose in the social scale. This practice again was similar to that enjoined in the laws of Manu. The distance there denoted for the precincts is according to the length which the owner could hurl a lance. Dress and ornaments of the early Irish. In a poem of the early part of the 8th century, we have a description of the dress worn by a retainer and also that of the poet attached to a large landowner. The former wore a cape provided with a hood, and beneath this a woolen tunic reaching from the throat below the knees and confined round the waist by several folds of a scarf. This individual also wore tight-fitting pantaloons reaching from the hips to his ankles. His feet were bare. The poet had shoes made by himself, quote, from brown leather of 7 doubles, end quote. Also a petticoat or kilt, which descended to his knees. A tunic, such as that above referred to, fastened by an iron pin at the throat. Under the tunic he had a linen shirt. Among the higher classes, clothes such as those above described were replaced by richer materials, such as silk, but in other respects were of the same pattern. The brooch which confined the tunic being made of gold or silver, and frequently the workmanship displayed in these ornaments was of a high character. Many of them have been preserved until the present day as evidence of the skill and taste displayed by the early Irish in metalwork of this kind. The apparel of the women differed but little from that of the men, except that the kilt was longer. Their heads were sometimes covered with a veil, at others with a hood. Spencer states that after cutting their hair they wore, quote, a great linen roll to keep their heads warm, end quote. As a rule, in both sexes the hair of the head was allowed to grow to its natural length. This style of dress seems to have continued in use among the people of Clare as late as the end of the 16th century, for the poet Edmund Spenser, who spent some time in Ireland as secretary to the Lord Deputy, writing in AD 1596 in reference to the tunic above referred to, remarks that the Irish, quote, when wandering in waste places far from danger of law, maketh his mantle his home, and under it covereth himself from the wrath of heaven, from the offence of the earth, for it is his bed, and sight of men. When it raineth, it is his pent home. When it bloweth, it is his tent. When it freezeth, it is his tabernacle. In summer he can wear it loose, in winter he can wrap it close. At all times he can use it, never heavy, never cumbersome. Therein he wrappeth himself round, and coucheth himself strongly against the gnats, which in that country do more to annoy the naked rebels while they keep the woods, than all the enemy's swords or spears come nigh them. Oftentimes their mantle serveth them, being wrapped about the left arm instead of a target, for it is hard to cut through with a sword. Besides, it is light to bear, light to throw away, and being naked, it is to them all in all. End quote. Spencer mentions other advantages of the mantle which we need not repeat, especially to the uses which he says the women were in the habit of employing this tunic, and so he states that the government of Ireland came to the conclusion that the Irish mantle should be forbidden as an article of dress among the natives of that country. The food and drink of the early Irish. Among the poorer classes, oatmeal porridge formed the principal article of food, and when boiled in soup and properly seasoned was thought to be excellent food. With this they eat flat cakes, baked on a heated iron and made of ground filberts, acorns and barley meal. But flesh and milk was largely eaten by all classes, for there was an abundance of cattle in the land. The extensive forests were full of wild pig, deer and other game, and the rivers and sea contained an abundance of fish, and these were open to all. Watercresses were eaten as vegetables, and various kinds of seaweed. Beer was a favourite beverage, and mead, made by dissolving fermented honey in water flavoured with aromatic herbs.
Well, that brings us to the end of chapter 2 of the story of an Irish Sept. In the next chapter, we're going to be introduced to yet another very important and influential class of individuals in early Ireland, the bards, also known as the filly and the poet classes. We're going to learn about the schools in early Ireland that the bards ran. We're also going to learn about the nature of military service and our dear warrior heroes from mythology, na Fianna. We're going to learn how the early Irish cared for the poor, sick maintenance, physicians, land tenure, what was the difference between a bondsman and a freeman, and also how this system differed from feudalism. Now that Macnamara has laid a basic foundation on the Brehon law and the nature of society, it gives us a really good starting point to start building upon that with our knowledge and understanding. But if you want to learn more about the Brehon law, you're absolutely in the right place. The Brehon Academy is the channel that is putting out content that's most focused on teaching people about the Brehon law. So feel free to go onto my channel and just browse the videos there. There's plenty of content already. Some of it even goes deeper into the topics that Macnamara has just discussed in chapter 2. But if you really want to learn about the Brehon law, you have to check out the Brehon Laws of Early Ireland online course on the brehonacademy.org. Let's just take a few quick minutes so I can show you what sort of content that you'll be getting over there. After we lay a foundation that's fairly similar to what Macnamara has just laid in chapter 2 as an introduction to the Brehon laws, we're going to get more acquainted with these individuals, the Brehons, the actual judges of early Irish people, early Irish society. We're going to ask, who are the Brehons? What were their different grades in society? The law agents. So you had like lawyers and barristers of early Ireland as well. We're going to learn about the legal manuscripts and the law schools from which they came. We have a couple of chapters there on restitution and honor price, which is, I would say, fundamental to understanding the nature of early Irish society. The idea of restitution for crime instead of retribution, and the honor price, which is something that we don't have in our modern system, but it's really interesting to get an insight into the honor price in early Ireland. This ties very, very closely into the idea of social status. Then we'll look a little bit at, I'll go deeper, should I say, into restitution by looking at how it appears in Irish mythology, how the first judgment, according to our myth in Ireland under the Partholonians, refers to restitution, how Cuchulainn got his name, and the judgment of King Cormac. Then we're going to learn more about crime, punishment, and enforcement. What was the iar-fine? What did they do in cases of murder? Then we have legal procedure. So actually learning, how did people avail of legal services? What were the certain steps that they had to go through in order to get justice in early Ireland, including something that Macnamara talked about in the past chapter, but not in a lot of detail, is a concept called troscud, which can be translated as fasting for justice. It means fasting, but in this context, it's fasting for justice. We're going to learn about the contracts, pledges, and hostages and how they relate to each other. It might seem unusual at first to some people to put the concept of the topic of hostages in the same category as contracts and pledges, but we will learn why that makes sense and why this was the case. Then we have a chapter there on wider society. So we'll look at society in general, money in early Ireland and how it was connected to the cattle, hospitality, how the first copyright case ever was given in early Ireland, sick maintenance, which was briefly talked about in the past chapter by Macnamara, and how did the Brehon laws handle mental illness. Then we have a chapter on family status and land, which is, again, really crucial to understanding the nature of early Irish society. And in this chapter, we'll also look at the status of women. We'll go a bit deeper into that. That's often a topic that people are generally aware of in relation to the Brehon law. People often say how women had great rights under the Brehon law. And that's relatively true, but I think it's often romanticized a little bit. So we're going to go deeper into that and understand what was the true nature and status of women in early Ireland. Then we have, in my mind, a relatively sad topic, which is the demise of the Brehon law. What were the factors at play that ended up wiping this system off the island and out of the minds? That's the saddest part. Out of the minds of the very Irish people who once clung to these laws, to the point where so few Irish people today are able to discuss or understand how intimately connected they were to the laws of their forefathers. And then we have a couple of additional materials there at the end. So looking a little bit at how Brehon law might change society today, and a couple of presentations that I've given in different forums. So Brehon laws on the Hill of Ishnock, Brehon law past and present was a seminar I spoke at in Trinity College, Dublin. And then Ancient Irish Anarchy is kind of a bunch of seminars where I'm discussing this concept of the stateless nature of early Ireland and how did it function? How did it function without having a state or central authority to dictate how the laws should be? So check it out. If that's your thing, if that sounds like something that you're interested in, I'd highly recommend it. I'm also always available to answer questions. So if anybody has any questions about anything that was covered in this chapter, please pop it in the comments below. If you like the video, please like it. If you want to see more of this content, please subscribe. Please share the link to your friends and family as well if you think they'll be interested, especially any Macnamaras and especially any O'Briens, because I think they're going to really appreciate this history of their sept. So that's it from me for tonight. Thank you so much again for your time, for being here with me on this journey. And until next time, slán go fóill. Fáilte go dtí a cad of Brehon an Nocht. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Brehon Academy tonight as we continue our journey into a story of an Irish sept by Nottage Charles Macnamara. Tonight, we're going to be covering chapter 3. But before I jump into that, I just want to remind you that if you want to download this book, you can do it from the Brehon Academy resource library. So all you have to do is sign up there for a free account, navigate over to the library, search for a story of an Irish sept. And if you want to, you can read along with this video, or of course, you can read it in your own time as well. There's over 100 different resources there on that library. So something for everybody. But before we jump into chapter 3, let's just do a quick recap of what we talked about so far. So in chapter 1, it was about the origins of the sept, this confederation of families from County Clare. Nottage Charles Macnamara drew a parallel, or from his analysis, thinks that the family from which he derives ultimately descend from the Fir Bolgs, and that they have a connection to the Basques of the northern Iberian Peninsula. I'm not going to say Spain, as I mentioned in the previous video, but the Basque people. In chapter 2, we started to explore the nature of law and society in these early times in Ireland. And this is where we got our introduction to the Brehon law. We talked about how the Brehon law had actually a pre-Christian origin, and he mentions very briefly that it may have Aryan origins, and we'll get into that a little bit more as we go through this story. We also talked about some legal principles like the law of distress, fasting for justice, the law surrounding bees and beekeeping, the nature of the relationship between the chief and the tribe, parenting and fosterage, and many other topics were covered in chapter 2 in, as I said before, kind of just a brief introduction and synopsis of Brehon law and society under it. Everything that proceeds from this now is going to be building on what we've covered so far. So in chapter 3, we're going to be going a little bit deeper. We'll talk about some more topics that have kind of been covered already, but it's important that we lay that foundation about Brehon law first before we dive into these topics in a bit more detail. Some of the things I think you're really going to love about this chapter is we'll be introduced to the famous bards of early Ireland and their schools. So the nature of education, how long did it take to become a bard, and what was the schools that they ran themselves. We're also going to learn a little bit about military service in early Ireland. And to discuss this topic, Macnamara will refer to our famous mythological heroes, na Fianna, the warrior guild that accompanied the legendary Fionn McCool on their magnificent adventures that are kind of riddled all throughout our mythology. Even in the names of places in Ireland, we still hear reference to Fionn McCool and his na Fianna warriors. So in this chapter, we're going to talk about the 4 sacred injunctions that were placed on the na Fianna, and also learn a little bit about the nature of I guess you could say warriorship, the nature of warriors in early Ireland, and how far from being brutish, barbaric types, they were intimately connected with the arts and with poetry. Next, we're going to talk about the nature of charity and sick maintenance in Ireland, physicians, and a little bit on the nature of medicine. We'll go deeper then into land ownership in the tribe and talk about a very interesting, and I want to emphasize this before we jump into the chapter, one of the most important parts of understanding early Irish society. is understanding the nature of clientship. So early Irish society could be described as a renter economy. And it had a very clearly defined hierarchy. And your place in that hierarchy was dependent upon, well, a few factors, but primarily the amount of land and property that you had. And I've said this before, your nobility was not defined by how much you had as such, but it was more defined by how much you could afford to give. And Macnamara doesn't go into this in a huge amount of detail, but I just want to emphasize it here before we jump in, so that when we get to this part of the chapter, you'll be able to keep this in mind. And just, I want to give you an idea of just how important this was. That, yes, there was a hierarchy. And yes, within even a family itself, the members of that family could be in a different place in that social hierarchy. But it was a generous system in the sense that if you were a young man and you were starting off in your life and you wanted to get ahead, you would borrow land, you would borrow cattle and stock from a more wealthy member of the tribe, a wealthier freeman. And the nature of this relationship was that you then became like a client of this wealthier landowner, which in many cases would be a member of your own family, maybe your uncle or something. And the nature of that relationship came with certain duties and responsibilities from both sides, from both parties. So for the client, part of the responsibility was to pay a certain amount of food from your produce to the landlord. I don't even like to use the word landlord, and I don't like to use the word master either, but it is kind of accurate to what we're talking about here. Master in the classical sense. Patron might be a better word for this. And also military service you owe to them. But in exchange for that, there were certain duties and responsibilities that your patron owed you. And Macnamara considers that in a little bit of detail in this chapter. Again, if you want to go into more detail, I have to direct you over to my online courses on brehonacademy.org. But I think what we cover in this chapter is sufficient to give you pretty good understanding and just, again, lay a foundation that we will continue to build on as we go through this system, go through this story and learn about this system. So another thing that he covers here, he's at pains to point out that what we're talking about here was not feudalism. It was not the same as the English system of feudalism. Although there are some parallels, there are some very clear differences that set it apart from that system. And Macnamara goes through an effort here to explain what the difference was. But ultimately, the social status was tied to, as I said, your wealth, your family line. And he doesn't talk about this here, but I know that it also related on your skill or flair or merit at your profession. So, yeah, the last thing then I would say is to please stick around till the end of the video, the end of this chapter, because he tells a very lovely story about a man who gave away his year's salary, which was just one cloak and one cow. He gave it to a poet because this poet composed a poem in praise of his family, the Macnamara clan. So it's worth sticking around till the end for that, because I think this story, again, gives a very kind of nice insight into the kind of nature and psyche of the people who lived in those times. So let's jump into chapter 3 of A Story of an Irish Sept by Nottage Charles Macnamara.
The Story of an Irish Sept, chapter 3, dealing with the topics of bards and poets of ancient Ireland, their office, schools conducted by them, fags in schools, military system, examination for admission into the schools, provision for poor and sick, the physicians and laws relating to them, land tenure, possession of land, all important, what constituted a free man, the serf, tribal lands, private estates, military retainers, how the system differed from feudalism, social rank, and how it depended on the amount of land a family possessed. The bards or poets played an important part in the early history of Ireland. From the monarch downwards, all families of importance had a bard attached to them, and this individual filled the office of historian and genealogist. He also took a leading part in all matters connected with the social and political relations of his chief's household. Bards accompanied an army into the field of battle to watch and record the deeds performed by the members of the Sept to which he belonged. This record, we are informed, was, quote, made without partiality or affection, and with regard to nothing but merit, end quote. These records were compiled and revised once every 3 years by a council appointed for the purpose by the king of the province to which the bard belonged. Not only were the deeds of valour performed by the Celtic chiefs preserved in this way, but the pedigrees of the families to which they belonged, so that, as Sir J. Mackintosh observes, quote, these records written in the Irish language date from the 2nd century to the time of Henry Plantagenet, and are the most ancient European history in existence, end quote. The accuracy of such of these records as have come down to us are confirmed by the researches of archaeologists and of historians of the present day, and, beyond this, in these old annals reference is made under certain dates to eclipses of the sun and moon, the appearance of comets, hour of the rising sun, and so on, which astronomers assert must have occurred on precisely these days and hours referred to in the ancient annals of Ireland. We must bear in mind that amongst the early Irish, soldiers received no titles or rewards from the state or from their chiefs for service rendered in the field. Their reward consisted in having their names honourably mentioned in the annals of their country. Their deeds were sung by their bards and afforded a never-ending source of delight to the families and retainers of the chief to whom the bard belonged. The chiefs, it is true, were, quote, assigned by the bards a distinguishing coat of arms, not as a mark of honour, but whereby they might be known from other chiefs and recognised in the field of battle or at their place of residence, end quote. The language of the bards, when translated into English, is often of an inflated, absurd style, but it was language appreciated at the times it was composed. Education. Irish bards, like the Hindu gurus, had to study for a period of 12 years before being admitted into the lowest order of their profession. They were largely employed in the work of educating their countrymen. They taught their pupils by making them learn and recite a certain number of lines every day. Training of this kind not only developed the faculty of memory, but also of language, a power which would seem to have clung to not a few of their descendants. Schools conducted by bards and Brehons continued to flourish long after the introduction of Christianity into Ireland, and in many such schools druids were also engaged as teachers. These places of education, which in the west of Ireland were numerous, might be called secular schools, to distinguish them from those subsequently established by and immediately under the supervision of ecclesiastics, in which the Christian religion was taught in addition to the subjects common to both sets of schools. These subjects were history, especially that of Ireland, poetry, music, law, and military exercises. The secular schools were under the control of the supreme or of provincial councils. For instance, Professor O'Curry gives us the particulars of a council presided over by the ruler of Ireland in the year AD 574, which assembled to regulate the course of study and discipline to which students were to be subjected. Many of these Irish schools became so famous that students flocked to them from all parts of Europe. Keating states that he had examined the roll of Clonard and found it had at one time no less than 3,000 students. Dagobert II, King of France, was sent to Ireland to be educated. St. Shannon, a native of Clare, states that in his time 50 monks had travelled from Rome to study the scriptures in Ireland. The labour and exquisite taste shown by Irish monks of old in their copies of the scriptures testify to the zeal and value which they set on work of this kind. Professor Westwood of Oxford, writing on the penmanship of the Irish, remarks of the Book of Kells that, quote, "It is the most astonishing book of the 4 Gospels which exists in the world. How men could have got tools to work out the designs I cannot conceive." End quote. He adds, quote, I know almost all the libraries in Europe, but there is no such book in any of them." End quote. In the larger schools, the students lived in small round cells, laid out in regular order and according to the tribes to which they belonged. The authorities by no means neglected the care of their students' bodies. Physical training formed a part of their system of education. Beyond this, they encouraged horse racing, honours were awarded for running, jumping, swimming, and other manly exercises. From the interest which not a few famous Celtic Irishmen took in afterlife in the schools, it is certain that on the whole a student's career was far from an unhappy one in those early times. In the life of Saint Adawan, we meet with a curious story illustrating the fact that in his day fags existed in Irish schools. It seems that Adawan, when a student, had been out early one morning to obtain supplies for those noble students upon whose good cheer it was his turn to administer. He was hurrying along the road with a vessel full of milk on his back when a cavalcade overtook him, among whom was the King of Ireland returning at this early hour of the morning from hunting. Adawan, in attempting to move out of the way of the king and his friends, fell over a bank and spilt his milk. The king, seeing the scholar's distress, said to him, quote, "We will make thee happy again. Thou shalt receive satisfaction for me for thy loss." Adawan, not knowing the king, replied, quote, "I have come to grief, for there are 3 noble students in our house, and there are 3 scholars of us wait upon them. And what we do is, one of us go round the neighbourhood to collect supplies for the other 5, and it was my turn to do so today. But what I have obtained for them has been lost, and what is more unfortunate, the borrowed vessel in which the milk was contained is broken, which I have no means to replace." End quote. This accident must have occurred about the year AD 660. The military system and education among the early Irish. There are no accounts of military schools in Ireland. It would seem that the sons of chiefs and landowners, as a rule, were placed as foster children at the age of 7 with some renowned soldier. But so far as we know, military training was only part of a youth's education. He had also to devote a certain portion of time to study the history of his country, to poetry and music. Although the famous Irish militia, or finny, na Fianna, disappeared in the 3rd century, we still have the standard of examination which a youth had to pass before he was admitted into that corps. A candidate, before he could gain admission into the Fianna, had to defend himself with a shield and hazel stick from javelins thrown at him from a distance of 20 yards. It was necessary for him to be a good runner, to leap over a bar up to his chin and stoop under one as low as his knees. He had to be strong of arm as tested by the use of the sword, battle axe and mace. Having qualified in these subjects, he had to give security that if he were killed, none of his own family should attempt to avenge his death. Quote, "The affair of his death must be left wholly in the hands of his comrades." End quote. Keating states that there were, quote, 4 sacred injunctions binding the Fianna. The first was never to receive a portion with a wife, but to choose her for good manners and virtue. Second, never to offer violence to any woman. Third, never to give a refusal to any mortal for anything of which one was possessed. Fourth, that no single warrior of them should ever flee before 9 champions. End quote. The Fianna, like most of the Irish, were keen sportsmen, and after a successful morning's hunting, they sent the game to a convenient spot and roasted part of the venison on spits. The remainder they baked, after having bound it round with ropes of grass. The baking process was carried on in pits into which were first thrown stones previously heated in fire. They ate but 1 meal a day. Before feeding they stripped, bathed and dressed their hair. Quote, "They then began to supple their thews and muscles by gentle exercise, loosening them by friction until they relieved themselves from all stiffness and fatigue. After which they took their meal and then constructed booths and prepared their beds of brushwood placed on the ground, and over that moss and fresh rushes." End quote. Provision for the poor and sick. From the Brehon laws we learned that an officer was appointed to preside over the care of the poor and needy in the various districts of Western Ireland. Doubtless, in after times, when ecclesiastical establishments had been planted over the length and breadth of the country, monks and friars were the chief agents in the distribution of charity. But in Clare, such establishments were hardly operative until the 15th century. The Celtic relieving officer had large powers, for he was entitled to levy a rate in kind on the landowners of the district in which he resided for the maintenance of the quote, wretched and the wandering poor. End quote. This officer is described as a quote, pillar of endurance, end quote, a truly Celtic idea of a relieving officer. He was further to suffer, quote, the reddening of his face without insult to his tribe, end quote. In other words, he was not to consider himself disgraced because he was abused by beggars. Each tribe was chargeable for the maintenance of its own, quote, sick men and women, and for the keep of those who were incurable, end quote. We also learn, with respect to sick maintenance, that it included the attendance of a physician, and for providing food, bedding, and lodging, and in guarding the sick from things prohibited by the physician. Amongst the things thus prohibited by law were that the sick man be not injured by women or by dogs, that is, fools and female scolds were not allowed to approach the sick person or to offer him forbidden food. Careful provision was also made for the children of lepers, or of those who were of unsound mind, of blind people, and of orphans. The public hospitaller. The public hospitaller was a recognised officer in Clare from the earliest times until the 16th century. The function of this individual was to keep open house on the part of his sept and to receive distinguished strangers or officials passing through his district when the chief from any cause was prevented from doing so. To enable the hospitaller to perform these functions, he was allowed 500 acres of free land, besides personal privileges. The hospitaller's house was in truth a kind of public hall, and in it assemblies were held in which various public functions were carried on, such for instance as the meetings of the heads of septs of the chief landowners to consult as to legislative or administrative matters concerning the interests of the sept, a form of county council. The dwelling occupied by this official was built at the meeting place of a crossroads, and he was bound to keep a light burning over his residence throughout the night so as to direct wayfarers to the house. The hospitaller was precluded from taking presents from persons who sought his hospitality, for he was supplied with stock for the purpose by the surrounding landowners. This official possessed magisterial powers over those who abode under his roof, so as to prevent them from damaging this place or its furniture, which was public property. Physicians. In the Brehon law tracts we meet with many curious regulations bearing on the position of medical practitioners among the early Irish. The services of the doctor were in those times so much appreciated by the Celts that it was by no means uncommon for the tribe to make a grant of land to a physician, so that in the words of the Brehon Code, he might be preserved from, quote, being disturbed by the cares and anxieties of life, and enabled to devote himself to the study and work of his profession, end quote. A distinction is drawn in the Brehon Code between the lawful and the unlawful physician. For instance, it is stated, quote, if any unlawful physician remove a joint or sinew without obtaining an indemnity against liability to damages, with notice that he was not a regular physician, he is subject to a penalty with compensation to the patient. End quote. If a man was maliciously or accidentally wounded, he was removed to the house of a physician who examined his wounds and gave certificates as to their character, upon which depended the legal liabilities of the person who had inflicted the wounds. If the doctor thought he could cure the wounded man, he gave security for his proper treatment, and in return received security for his fees. These varied with the rank of the patient. If a bishop, the doctor was entitled to 42 cows, and so downwards through various grades. For the quote, houseless homeless man, a horse boy or a slave, end quote, the doctor's fee was 2 cows. The Celtic physicians appreciated the value of cleanliness, pure water, and free ventilation in the treatment of the sick and wounded. The doctor's house, under the provision of the Brehon laws, was the appointed place where the sick were to be treated, and as a matter of fact until the 15th century, wounded men, including the chiefs of septs and tribes, were frequently taken to be healed of their wounds in the house of a physician. These houses were ordered to be built either on the bank of a running stream or with such a stream passing through their precincts of the house. The building was to be provided with 4 doors, with the object, quote, of allowing all that took place within it to be open to inspection, and further to permit one door being left open whichever way the wind blew, end quote. The hot air bath was employed for the cure of rheumatism, and shampooing was highly extolled. There is much in the system of medicine as practiced by the early Celts of Ireland which connects their ideas and practices with that contained in Sanskrit works on the healing art, and there can be little doubt that the Celts carried with them from their Aryan homes those notions of the practice of medicine and surgery which crop up in so curious a way in the Brehon law tracts. In Keating's History of Ireland, we have a reference to the resources of an Irish surgeon about the year AD 213, for the cure of his patient who had been wounded by a spear in the thigh. The surgeon found on probing the wound that the rusty point of a spearhead had broken off and remained deep in the flesh. He directed that a ploughshare should be made red hot in the fire. This having been done, the doctor seized the heated iron and with a cruel countenance brought it near the patient, at the same time ordering him to expose the wound. The patient, however, was so alarmed at these proceedings that he made a desperate leap off his couch and rushed across the room. This effort had the desired effect, for the piece of iron was forced by the contraction of the muscles towards the surface of the wound and was then removed with ease by the surgeon. The individual treated in this way was a certain Thady, a grandson of the progenitor of the Macnamaras and ancestor of the O'Carrolls of Ely. Land tenure. The land question as regards Ireland is one which no one can approach with a light heart, nor is it my intention to do more than refer to the subject in a most superficial manner, but the ownership of land among the early Irish was the centre around which their whole social and political life revolved. It was the possession of land and the means of cultivating it that constituted a free man, in contradistinction to the landless person who was a bondsman or serf and possessed no social privileges or rights whatever beyond those conferred upon him as an appendage to his lord. A certain tribe of Celts from South Munster early in the 4th century invaded that part of Ireland we now call County Clare. After subduing the inhabitants of this territory, the Celtic chief who was in command of the invading force proceeded to divide the land, first amongst his 4 eldest sons, and then to his other children and near relations. Lands apportioned in this way became what are known as tribal lands, a tribute being charged on these lands by the chief of the tribe who, as a matter of fact, had by conquest become possessed of them and made them over to his tanist, sons and near relations. The tribal lands, however, were simply lent to certain individuals who were nearest of kin to the chief. They were still the property of the tribe, and so, at stated periods, were redistributed among its freemen. This principle is laid down in the Brehon laws as follows, quote, "What a man had not bought, he cannot sell. No man shall grant land except such as he himself has purchased unless with the consent of the conjoined family, and he must leave his share in the lands to the common possession of the family to which he belonged." End quote. It is further laid down in these laws that, quote, "a man was bound to keep his lands during his life perfect, and leave them with no greater debt than he had received them with." End quote. Lastly, quote, "persons are of equal rank when they have the same quantity of land." End quote. It is, however, certain that in the course of time the descendants of the original chiefs came to occupy the same tribal lands for many generations, until such property passed into what we now understand as freehold and was transmitted from one generation to another. Beyond this, the chief of the tribe reserved certain lands as mensal or personal property. He took also the best of any subsequently conquered lands, so that in this way, beyond his tribal possessions, he accumulated private estates which he dealt with as his own. The same thing happened in the case of the chief men of a sept, and such private property was augmented from lands probably in the first instance in possession of the original occupiers of the soil, but which had not been included in the primary assignments of tribal lands. No inconsiderable part of Clare was formerly covered with forest trees, bogs and barren land, all of which went to form the common lands, and these, under certain restrictions as to grazing, belonged to the freemen of the tribe. But as the forests were cleared off and wastelands brought into use, it was appropriated to a large extent by the existing landowners and helped to build up the private property of these individuals. The tribal lands were cultivated by the occupiers of the soil. About 60 acres were supposed to be sufficient to maintain a family in a fair position in the social scale. But the quantity of land was calculated by the amount of seed it required for cultivation and the cattle it could feed, rather than by its area. A landlord having an excess of tribal lands beyond that which he required for his own maintenance and that of his family, handed over so much of the soil as he did not want to his relations. A landholder of this description did not pay tribute for his land, but was bound to the landlord not only for military service, but also at stated periods to provide food for his lord's servants and family, and on certain festive occasions to grant him a specified quantity of foodstuff. There were, however, another class of landholders, who were not only more numerous than those above referred to, but who in the course of time, as military followers, exercised the most important function in the state. These landholders occupied the private estates of landlords, to whom they paid tribute, either in stock, grain, or some other commodity. We can form an idea as to how this charge was liquidated, when we learn that in one instance, A, it amounted to, quote, a calf, a salted pig, 3 sacks of wheat, 3 of malt, and a handful of rushlight candles, end quote. In another case, B, to a, quote, cow of prescribed size and fatness, a salted pig, 8 sacks of malt, 1 of wheat, and 3 handfuls of rushlights, end quote. Individuals accepting the position of a landholder in these circumstances would hardly have been a Celt if, when taking the land, he had sufficient stock to work it. He was obliged, therefore, to turn to his landlord, who was in fact bound to supply his retainer with a certain amount of stock in proportion to that which he had agreed to give for the land. For instance, in the case specified above, A, the landlord was bound to supply 6 cows to the landowner if he required them. In the case B, he had to supply 24 cows. But now came in the power of the landlord. Every man accepting stock in this way was compelled to fight under his landlord whenever called upon. He became a military retainer, and also had to give his labour at all times in building forts, making roads, and other specified public works. It is true, no man was obliged to take stock, and he might return it to his landlord and so be free from military service. Beyond this, if food, rent, and service had been rendered for 7 years by the recipient of stock, on the death of the landholder was entitled to the stock. On the other hand, if the landholder died, his family were to a great extent relieved from the obligation the deceased had incurred. But the provision for service covenanted for in the manner described was the keystone to the military system in Ireland, which led to so much bloodshed and trouble. For each chief had thus a body of fighting men at his beck and call. Over these retainers he had unlimited power, with no definite authority to control his actions. In fact, chiefs of this kind were as a rule absolutely their own masters, their power being limited, however, by the knowledge that if they attacked another chief, they would not only be resisted, but might be worsted. Might was right in those days. Professor O'Curry has, however, clearly shown that this system differed from feudalism in many essential features. In the first place, the chief was invariably elected to his office, and his successor, or tanist, was in like manner elected by the freemen of the tribe. In the second place, the land in great part belonged to the tribe and not to the chief or any other individual. The tribal lands were governed through the instrumentality of the members of the Sept who occupied the land. The only resemblance which the Irish system had to feudalism was that from the smallest landholder to the highest landlord, all paid tribute to the chief and received something in return. This tribute was not vassalage, but a sign of allegiance to the landlord first, and then to the head of the Sept and tribe or ruler of the province. All landlords and landholders were free men in consequence of their possessing land. This possession of land was all important, and it is the survival of this feeling which engenders that intense desire to possess land which is so marked a characteristic of Irish men even at the present time. In days gone by, the landholder was the free man, and the landless man the bondsman, because he had no direct lien on the soil. These bondsmen had no social position. They could neither appeal to a Brehon for redress or appear to give evidence before him. But in consequence of the law of tanistry and of gavelkind, it is certain not a few of the landlord's relatives must have been landless and consequently bondsmen. This fact was of the greatest importance in the tribal system, for there was thus a strong hereditary feeling between the bondsman and the free man of the same locality, and so a tie existed between the higher and lower grades of society, which was of vast consequence from a social point of view. It is questionable if these Irish bondsmen were slaves in the way of being bought and sold. Doubtless, slavery existed in Ireland until it was abolished by the clergy assembled in synod at Armagh in the year 1171, but the slaves of that period were for the most part English lads taken prisoners or sold to Irish men by people of their own country. Even bondsmen, such as horseboys who were of the lowest class, herdsmen, labourers, and others who formed a part of a tribe, could by patient industry hope in the course of time to raise their families into the ranks of free men. From the above statement it appears that from the earliest period of the Celtic invasion of Clare, the land was held under two different systems. Under one, a portion of the tribal lands were assigned, on certain stipulations, to members of the tribe, their title to the land resting on their consanguinity to the chief. The second class held lands as the retainers or landholders of individuals who had tribal lands in excess of the quantity they could themselves cultivate, or more frequently who possessed private estates. These men were bound to the lord of the soil as military retainers, a state of things which continued to exist until the early part of the 17th century. Social rank. Landlords and landholders, as free men, were divided into classes according to the quantity of land and cattle they possessed, each class being entitled to definite privileges. All such matters were carefully provided for under the Brehon laws. Thus, the head of a family could only claim admission into the lowest class of free men if for 3 generations the family had possessed a certain amount of land and a plough, an ox, and harness, a kiln, hand mill, cooking cauldron, and some other articles. A larger amount of lands and stock raised a man a step in the social scale, and so he might rise to the 6th grade, in which class of society the landholder, among other articles, must possess, quote, a head-bathing basin, end quote, and many other articles, all described with minuteness in the Brehon Code. And so, with the landlords, they were likewise divided into classes according to the quantity of land they owned. Among other articles, such a person must possess furniture of the highest order, beds and bedding, and a kitchen boiler in which a cow would fit, or a pig and bacon, end quote. A family might rise a step in the social scale if they acquired and held for 3 generations sufficient property to enable its head to qualify for a higher class. On the other hand, the loss of property entailed forfeiture of position and with its social privileges. There was no hereditary claim to property, and every man was enabled by persistent application to help to raise his family in the social scale. This was clearly the spirit and law of Celtic society in Clare as defined in the Brehon Code. We may form some idea of a bondsman's position as a wage earner in the 9th century from the following reference made to him in one of Macnamara's poems in AD 850. From this poem we learn that the wages received by a labouring man was a cow and a cloak per annum. In the story referred to by the poet, a certain labourer, whose home was in County Clare, having worked for a year under a landholder in Connacht, was returning home with his wages, and when crossing the hills of Echty he met Macnamara, and having entered into conversation with the poet, the labourer told the poet that he belonged to the Dalcasian tribe. Macnamara evidently had a very high opinion of this tribe, and then and there composed a poem in their honour. The labourer was so delighted with this poem that he gave its author his year's wages and returned home empty-handed but full of Macnamara's poem. This action, and the gracious words contained in the poem so delighted the labourers Sept that they made him a present of 10 cows for every quarter of the cow he had bestowed on the poet.
And that brings us to the end of chapter 3 of A Story of an Irish Sept by Nottage Charles Macnamara. I expect there might be some questions from what we've talked about in the past chapter. So if you have them and you haven't been able to watch this live and join in the live chat, feel free to drop a comment below and I'll definitely get back to your comments and questions down there. I think, again, just to reiterate, some of the key points that were covered here for me was the nature of clientship, the relationship of the individual status to the land and their actual stature, their position in society, which wasn't given out by a title, like a title given out by a king, but it was by virtue of the fact of your actual conditions and station in life, which I find quite interesting. We also talked a little bit more about the Christian influence in Ireland, particularly around the monastic schools and also the giving of charity and so on. So just before we wrap up, again, I'll invite you to join the BrehonAcademy.org. It's completely free to become a member there. You get access to the library. If you're interested in going deeper, please check out some of my online courses and tune in next week for, I hope it's next week, but for the next episode. To be honest, I've read a lot of stuff over the years in this field of research. Chapter 4 of Story of an Irish Sept was something that actually kind of blew my mind a little bit and gave me real pause for thought and reflection. In chapter 4, we're going to learn about the spirituality and religion of the early Irish. And maybe I think a lot of people would be able to have a lot of people would have a general idea of early Irish beliefs, whether that be the pagan beliefs. People will talk about Druids, and then the Christian beliefs. They'll maybe talk about St. Patrick and the early monastic schools. But we're going to be introduced to very interesting character in chapter 4, John Scotus Eregina. And the reason this kind of blew my mind is that although I appreciated that Ireland had a very significant place in the spiritual order of the ancient world, both while it was pagan and as a Christian country, this chapter really explores that in detail. And we learned that these early Irish thinkers were quite ahead of their time. And if you've been following this series from the beginning and listening with a very keen ear, you may have noticed kind of references throughout this to the Vedic teachings of India, Sanskrit teachings, mention of Aryan civilization. Even in the previous chapter that we just covered, he talks about Ayurveda, this Sanskrit manuscripts about health and healing and well-being and good diet and everything like that. And he likens that to the physicians and the approach to medicine in early Ireland. And he also compared the bardic schools to the schools of the Hindu gurus, which is quite fascinating when you think about it. Now, I could go deeper into this topic if we had more time. It'd probably be good content for a future separate video. But the connections between ancient Ireland and ancient India definitely merit a lot more investigation. Even the connections between modern Ireland and India, very few people know that the India flag of India is green, white, and orange, modeled on the tricolour of Ireland. The Constitution of India, the modern one, is modeled on the Constitution of Ireland. And the first president of India, Nehru, was a member of the Irish Republican Brotherhood. But as I said, that's a story for another day, okay? In this next chapter, chapter 4, we will explore a little bit more of these connections. And if you've been with me this far and this is the sort of content that interests you and gets your brain ticking, I really think that you're going to enjoy chapter 4. I don't think that I'm going to cover this whole book, at least not in the next couple of weeks. Like I think I'm going to go up to chapter 5, which is the Danish invasions and the story of Brian Boru. Maybe chapter 6. And then even if I do go up to chapter 6, I'll be taking a break after that for some time to focus on some other content that I'm working on at the moment as well. So there's only 2 more for now, 2 more chapters left to go, chapter 4 and chapter 5. And if you've been enjoying it this far, I think you're really going to enjoy the next chapters. So until next time, slán go fóill. Díomh gach daoine agus fáilte go dtí a cad of Brehon a nocht. Hello everybody, welcome to the Brehon Academy tonight as we continue our journey into a story of an Irish sept by Nottage Charles Macnamara. Tonight we're going to be reading chapter 4, which goes into the spiritual beliefs of the early Irish. Did the Irish believe in reincarnation? Were the Druids like some sort of Buddhist monks? How is St. Patrick's mission in Ireland so successful? These are just a couple of the topics that we're going to cover in chapter 4. Before I jump into it, just to remind you, you can download this book from the brehonacademy.org members library. It's completely free to become a member. You have access to currently over 100 resources. I think there's 120 there at the moment. Just search for Story of an Irish Sept. You'll be able to download the PDF and read along with this video, or obviously save it for reading in the future. The reading of this chapter lasts about 45 minutes, and I'd like to have a little bit of discussion with you guys at the end, just to go a bit deeper into some of the topics that Macnamara raises here, because to be fair, there's quite a lot in this, and if you're like me, you're going to end up having more questions at the end of this than you have going into it. We're going to talk, as I said, about Irish spirituality and what does that mean. The pre-Christian Irish spirituality, which we might call pagan just for short, and the Christian Ireland, Christian spirituality, the early Christian church, and later how that evolved into the church that we have today. So one of the things Macnamara does here is he connects the Irish teachings and manuscripts to the Vedas of India. So we're finding evidence for this belief of what did the Druids actually believe, what did they teach, from the writings of ancient India, which is fascinating in itself. We're going to ask, what did the Druids actually believe? How did they worship? Or their spiritual understanding of reality? And how St. Patrick came to Ireland and then challenged the order of the Druids and was successful by lighting his fire on the sacred hill. The fire that would burn for many generations to come. At the end of this chapter, we're going to be introduced to 3 interesting characters from Irish history. The first 2 are introduced together. Their story is intertwined. It's Celestius and Pelagius. Pelagius was a philosopher who was writing kind of like logical arguments in the realm of theology. He challenged the accepted notion at the time of original sin, and Celestius was one of his most important followers. And we'll learn about these 2 guys. Another very interesting character, the last person we'll talk about today, is John Scotus Regina. He is another person. He was a layman. He wasn't a priest or in the clergy, but he and his ideas shook the established order of the time. His ideas about truth, religion, life, and he wrote about these, and we're going to learn a little bit about John Scotus Regina's writing. And in case you don't know, this guy is John Scotus Regina, who appears on the old Irish £5 banknotes. So with that being said, let's get into the chapter.
The Story of an Irish Sept, Chapter 4. Religious opinions of the early Irish, the Irish Druid and his belief in a supreme being, transmigration, Christianity among early Irish, St. Patrick, the Celtic Irish Church, how Druidism long continued after Patrick's time. St. Patrick engrafted Christianity into paganism. St. Columba, strife between monasteries, Celestius, AD 370, and his opinions, John Scotus, Eregina, and Appendix. Having briefly referred to some of the laws and social institutions of our ancestors, we may now consider the ideas upon which their religious convictions were based. With them, Christianity was engrafted upon a long-established belief in a supreme being, the quickening spirit of the universe. Belief of the early Irish in the world of spirits. The ideas held by the Irish Celt on this subject were in all probability derived from their remote ancestors and have been handed down to us in the Sanskrit Vedas. From these writings we learn that the early Aryans believed in God, the eternal origin of all things, and in the immortality of the soul. Their idea was that the spirit or soul of a being emanated from God and passed at the time of birth into man. God was the soul and the life. The soul, becoming contaminated by evil during its residence in a human being, was incapacitated from reuniting with God until purified by passing through other forms of living creatures. Everything that moved had life, or, in other words, was endowed with the divine nature. In this way, our forefathers came to believe that the heavenly bodies, clouds, winds, the sea and rivers, including the vegetable and animal kingdom, were alive through the presence in them of the Spirit of God, which Spirit influenced their actions. Holding views of this kind, we can readily understand the power which individuals would gain over their fellow creatures, if they could persuade them that they were able to influence the Spirit which dwelt in the sun, sea, rivers, and so on. The priests of old assumed this prerogative, asserting their power over nature through familiarity with the spirit governing the universe. They studied medicine and the properties of plants, the seasons, and the heavenly bodies, and so came to learn something of the movements of the moon and planets, and grew to be astronomers, wise men, and teachers of their fellow creatures. The Druids seem to have held the same position among the Irish and continental Celts as the Aryan Guru held in the East. Mommsen, in his History of Rome, observes that the Druids, in whom the Celts had implicit faith, kept up the national feeling among the people, who believed that the Druids were able to influence the spirits presiding over the elements. They were magicians or wise men who could propitiate both the good and also the malignant spirits. Druids in this way came to wield a vast influence over the affairs of their countrymen, in that they were held capable of bringing the elements and everything that moved to minister to the wants of man. Julius Caesar informs us that in his day the Celtic Druids of Gaul believed in the immortality of the soul and in transmigration. He considered that this was the key to their system. Caesar states that the Druids were a privileged class, equal in rank to the chiefs. They were judges in all matters of dispute. He adds that the Druids presided over schools of learning, to which youths flocked eagerly for instruction, that they taught everything by verse which was never committed to writing, in order to strengthen the memories of their pupils and to preserve their knowledge from becoming popularized. Caesar further states that the Druids were fond of discussing the movements of the stars, of the earth, and of the universe. If we turn to the accounts which we possess of the Irish Druids, we find that they were consulted and their advice was implicitly followed in almost every step of life, whether relating to private or public affairs. Kings, chiefs, and the heads of families consulted their Druids on all important questions. They acted also as arbitrators in cases of disputes. The head Druid of Ireland was hardly inferior to the monarch in dignity. They did not attempt to control the morals of the people. Not that the early Irish Druids were immoral, but as Dr. Taylor observes, they were unmoral. Matters of this kind were beyond their province. The authority of the Irish Druid rested absolutely on the belief that he possessed a knowledge of the world of spirit which was not granted to ordinary mortals, and further, that this knowledge was only to be acquired by long-continued contemplation and study. It would seem, however, that anyone who wished might become a Druid if he chose to fit himself for this calling. Irish Druids were exempt from paying tribute and from military service. They taught their pupils in verse and not only instructed them in religion, but also in astronomy and the laws of the country, and even in military accomplishments. For instance, we find that the chief druid of the province of Ulster about the commencement of the Christian era presided over a school of this kind. He limited the number of his pupils to 100. The Brehon law tracts contain an introduction which there is a good reason to suppose is one of the most ancient records we possess in the Celtic language. It appears to be older than the body of work, and in it is an account of the creation of the world, resembling that given in the Vedas. From the footnote, space being divided into the dark portion of the heavens and the starry systems. The dark portion, spirit, primary substance. The light portion, the same substance, made tangible to the senses under the form of matter. And that's from Buddhism and Christianity by A. Lilly. Returning to the text, Colonel Wood Martin, in his work on pagan Ireland, remarks that from St. Patrick's hymn we learn that the pagan Irish worshipped and invoked the personified powers of nature, and that this is corroborated by passages from ancient manuscripts. For instance, received as pledges that the sovereignty should forever rest in his family, quote, the sun and moon, the sea, the dew and colours, and all the elements visible and invisible, and every element which is in heaven and on earth, end quote. Another monarch, having broken his oath, perished from sun and from wind, and, quote, from the rest of the pledges, for transgressing them in that time used not to be dared, end quote. Again, in one of the poems of the heroic age, Cuchulainn called on the waters, on heaven, earth, and the rivers to protect him, and the elements answered his appeal. St. Patrick expunged much of the Brehon code which referred to druidical customs. Nevertheless, in the preface to these laws, and in various passages found in the Seancas Mór, we have references to some of the practices of the Druids. For instance, we read that the Druid was in the habit of, quote, placing his rod upon a person, and through means of the wand he could discover his history. In the same way, he could, in a moment, give an accurate answer to any questions put to him. He could reveal the time of a person's death, or of his own decease. End quote. In another of these law tracts, there is a reference made to sacrifices offered to evil spirits, demon feasts as they are called, or provision for the sons of death and the spirits of evil men. Sacrifices made to such spirits were of a different kind to that offered to good spirits. In the very ancient book of invasions, we have the words supposed to have been used by the chief druid who accompanied a large body of Celtic invaders to Ireland. A great storm having arisen, the druid invoked the spirits ruling the elements and so quieted the waves, after which he is said to have used the following language. I pray that they reach the land of Erin, those who are riding upon the great sea, that they be distributed upon her plains, her mountains and her valleys, upon her forests that shed showers of nuts and all other fruit, upon her rivers, lakes and great waters. End quote. As Professor O'Curry remarks, there is nothing in the character of this very ancient record to distinguish it from the prayer of any Christian of the present day, so far as the expression of the speaker's wants and desires are concerned. The old Irish legends are full of wonders performed by Druids, but in all this literature we hear nothing of human sacrifices. They raised mists and storms to confound the enemies of the ruler of their country and for other purposes. But one fails to obtain evidence of cruelty on their part. There is none whatever for imputing to them human sacrifices in the ceremonies they performed to propitiate the spirits ordering the course of nature and the destinies of the human race. With reference to the idea of transmigration, it seems probable that it may have arisen in the minds of the ancient Aryans from their experience of the hereditary transmission of the disposition of parents to their posterity. The sins of the fathers had to pass through several generations before their effects were expunged from their descendants. However this may have been, transmigration was a belief accepted by the Aryan races and by the Celts of Ireland. In the ancient book of Ballymote, which was a compilation of still older Celtic poems, the following verses refer to this belief in plain language. The poem alludes to the birth of a famous Irish hero, Carol, who we are told for 100 years complete he lived, he lived in blooming manhood. 300 years in the shape of a wild ox, he lived on extensive plains. 205 years he lived in the shape of a wild boar. 300 years he was still in the flesh in shape of an old bird. 100 delightful years he lived in the shape of a salmon in the flood. Mongan, king of Ulster, as late as the 7th century, declares that he was not what men took him to be, the son of the mortal Fiachna, but of Manannán mac Lir and the reincarnation of the great Finn. And he called back from the grave the famous Finny and Cuilta to prove this. The same way the hero Tuathail O'Carroll had also a second birth, and the warrior Cuchulainn had his parentage ascribed to the god Luigh, and not to his reputed father. At the close of the 10th century, the doctrine of transmigration would seem to have still lingered in the imagination of Irishmen. From the footnote, Malhussán O'Carroll, the well-known author of the Annals of Inishfallen and friend of Brian Boru, had 3 favourite pupils who were so much alike that it was difficult to distinguish them from one another. They desired to perform a pilgrimage to Jerusalem. O'Carroll granted them their request, but foretold the death of the 3 friends in the east, and his request was that after their decease, they should return to him and tell him how long he had left to live and what were his prospects of heaven. The 3 students reached Jerusalem and died there. After death, they met the Archangel Michael and asked him to let them know the fate of O'Carroll. They were informed that to perdition he must pass because he falsified the canon, for his lecherous habits, and because he had abandoned the Althus. The 3 students passed into the bodies of 3 white doves, and in this shape appeared to O'Carroll. They told him what they had heard. O'Carroll excused himself on the ground that his son being sick unto death, he sung the Althus round him 7 times a day, but it was of no avail, and so he had given up the Althus, as it was evident God did not care for it. After a time, the disciples again returned to their master, and were able to afford him more consolation than at the first visit. And so the story runs on, and like many others of the same class point to the idea of transmigration. Returning to the text, it is impossible to ascertain with any precision what the ideas entertained by the common people were upon these matters. We get here and there glimpses of the inner life of the more important actors in the drama, but of the lesser lights we know next to nothing. As an example of my meaning, we may refer to the expressions used by the King Cormac MacArt, one of Ireland's greatest heroes, who flourished from AD 227 to 266. He was not only a distinguished warrior, but a man of considerable literary attainments. The historian Keating has given us an account of Cormac's career, which need not be referred to in this place, beyond mentioning a characteristic anecdote of the young king. Cormac MacArt, when a boy, was one day present in his uncle's court at Tara. It appears that certain sheep had strayed into and eaten up some of vegetables growing in the Queen's garden. The case was brought before the king, and he adjudged the sheep to the plaintiff in lieu of the trespass. Young Cormac, hearing the sentence, came forward and remarked, "The judgment were more equitable were the shearing of the sheep given in damage of the green stuff cropped, for in the ground the grass will grow again, and so will the wool upon the sheep." Cormac, having been actively engaged throughout a long reign, determined, in consequence of an injury he had received to one of his eyes, to resign his throne in favour of his son, and to devote the remaining years of his life, as he stated, quote, "to meditation and the worship of God, the Creator of heaven, and also of a place in which the souls of the wicked should be justly punished." End quote. These were Cormac's own words, recorded by himself in a work which existed in Keating's time, and from which the historian quotes. These expressions were made use of by Cormac before Christianity had spread into Ireland. He was brought up by a druid and practised their art, for he undertook to cure one of his friends of leprosy by means of magic. It seems therefore probable that expressions such as those above quoted were not far removed from what was taught by the Druids before Christianity was introduced into Ireland. For in those days, Druids were the chief, if not the only schoolmasters in Ireland. Cormac distinctly stated, quote, that it was beneath the dignity of a rational being to adore anything in the form of an idol, but that his prayers should be directed to the living supreme being who created all things." End quote. The following are some of his expressions which have come down to us through another Cormac of Cashel. "Wilt thou steer my gloomy little bark upon the broad-bosomed foaming ocean? Wilt thou come, O bright King of Heaven, while my own will inclines to go to sea? With thee the great, with thee the small, with thee the fall of hosts is but a shower. O God, wilt thou assist me while coming over the boisterous sea?" There is much of the ring of the Vedic language in these lines. In fact, the mind of the early Celtic inhabitants of Ireland was essentially Eastern. They inherited no inconsiderable amount of the opinions, laws, and traditions of the old Aryan stock from which they sprung. General Valency gave many years' work to subjects of this kind. He came to the conclusion that, quote, "the established religion of the early Irish was a form of Buddhism." End quote. Much of the folklore of the Hindus at the present day is clearly identical with that of the Irish Celt. For instance, in the Irish romance of the children of Lear, who were metamorphosed into swans, which, with the changing seasons, come and go on Lough Erne. These birds come and go, scatheless, for in the mind of the Celtic peasantry they represent the souls of holy women who fell victims to Norsemen, an example of a pagan legend being completely Christianized. Numerous old legends have in the same way been modified so as to fall in with the notions of Christian writers, and many of the old pagan institutions survived far into Christian times, such as the Fair of Carman. In an appendix to this chapter, I have quoted from Mr. Standish Hayes O'Grady's Silver Gadelica a charge given by one of the ancient Irish Celts to his grandchild, advice older than our era, but containing much which many of us might take to heart and follow with advantage. Christianity among the early Irish. Although Palladius preceded St. Patrick as Bishop of Ireland, it was not until the arrival of the latter saint in the country, about the year AD 432, that Christianity took root among the inhabitants of Erin. Patrick, as a youth, having been carried a prisoner into Ireland, was employed by his master to look after sheep. He remained at work of this kind for 6 years, during which time he must have learnt the Celtic language and much concerning the tribal and family system which then prevailed throughout the country. He subsequently escaped from captivity and after some years returned to Ireland as bishop. From St. Patrick's hymn we learn that after, quote, "binding himself to many Christian virtues, which may be taken as confessions of his belief in certain Christian doctrines, he goes on binding himself to the elements, claiming thus that not alone were the powers of Christianity on his side, but also the very elements that were worshipped by his opponents." End quote. It is most interesting to follow the method adopted by this remarkable man in his efforts to convert the natives of Ireland to Christianity. Patrick was born a leader of men and appreciated the importance in a society such as he had to deal with on working from the fountainhead downwards. No sooner had he arrived in the country than he went to Tara to demonstrate to the monarch that whatever powers Irish Druids might have over nature, he possessed a greater power than theirs. Having demonstrated this fact to the satisfaction of the king, he became a Christian, as also did his head poet or bard. After accomplishing this task, the conversion of the nation came as a matter of course. The kings of Munster and Connacht soon followed the example set them by the monarch. St. Patrick was indefatigable in moving from one part of Ireland to another, baptizing chiefs and their retainers, who seemed to have accepted the new faith. St. Patrick's hymn. I bind myself today to the virtues of heaven, light of sun, brightness of moon, splendour of fire, speed of lightning, swiftness of wind, depth of sea, stability of earth, compactness of rock. Patrick having been called before the king together with the chief druid, they were directed to work miracles, and the druid brought snow on the plain in front of them by chance of wizardry and the arts of devilry. Said Patrick, "Put away the snow that has fallen." The Druid declined to do so till tomorrow. Patrick said, "It is in evil thy power stands, not in good." He then blessed the plain throughout the 4 quarters, and quicker than speech the snow vanished. The Druid invoked darkness, which Patrick removed by prayer to the Lord. So, with water, fire, and so on, the Druid appealing to the spirit influencing the elements and all moving matter, Patrick, by appeal to God, obtaining aid directly from the supreme ruler of the universe. We are told that Patrick said to the king, "Unless thou believest now thou shalt die." Then the king went into the assembly house of the people. "For me," he said, "belief in God is better than what is threatened to me that I be killed." So then the king knelt to Patrick and believed in God, but he did not believe with a pure heart, and on that day many thousands believed, without question. But they did not, as a rule, discard their druidical ideas. In fact, we know that as late as the year AD 648, Marion, the wife of the king of Connacht, a most compassionate and well-disposed lady, held to the ancient faith, and had recourse to an eminent druid, a retainer of the family, to reveal to her certain domestic matters. With regard to the mass of the people, they may have absorbed a definite amount of Christianity, but it would be difficult to fix the point where their religion ceased to be druidical and became Christian. St. Patrick never even suggested persecution as a means of enforcing the acceptance of Christianity by the people. We have an example of his method of conversion in the case of the daughters of the king of Connacht. He met these ladies accompanied by their tutors, who were druids. The king's daughters proceeded at once to question Patrick as followed. They inquired, "Whence he came, whither he was going, are ye men of the hills, or are ye gods?" To which Patrick answered, "It would be better for you to believe in God than to ask what race we are." The eldest daughter asked, "Who is your God and where is he? Is he in heaven, or is he in earth, or under the earth, or upon the earth, or in the seas, or in the streams, or mountains, or valleys? Has he sons and daughters? Has he gold and silver? Is there abundance of all sorts of wealth in his kingdom?" To these questions the saint made appropriate answers. The king's daughters and their tutors were then baptized. St. Patrick visited South Munster and was received by Angus, king of that province, at Cashel. This king was the great-grandson of Cormac Cos, the progenitor of the O'Briens, Macnamaras, and other Dalcasian families. There is a curious story referred to by the Abbé Macnamara in his history regarding the baptism of Angus. The holy bishop, having leaned on his pastoral staff, which was pointed with iron, it pierced the king's foot, who suffered the pain without complaining till the ceremony was ended. The apostle, hearing of the accident, asked his disciple why he had not complained. The king answered that he supposed the wound inflicted on his foot formed part of the ceremony. From Cashel, Patrick proceeded across the Shannon to Cratloe, where it is quite possible one of the Sept of Macnamaras resided, for it was there that we find them from the earliest records in our possession. However this may be, the saint is said to have journeyed through Clare to the mountains which separate that county from Galway. Macnamara states that the inhabitants of Thomond, many of whom at this time were of the old race, received Patrick. The Celts, in fact, had only conquered the Fir Bolgs of this locality some 40 years previous to the visit which St. Patrick paid this part of the country. In the life of St. Patrick, as given by Dr. Todd and other authorities, we learn that his success was so great that he soon found it necessary to make arrangements to meet the spiritual needs of the infant Celtic Church. This he did by ordaining natives of the country, who, being ignorant of Latin, employed the Celtic language in the offices of the church. Dr. O'Donovan states that nothing is clearer than that Patrick engrafted Christianity on the pagan superstitions with so much skill that he won the people over to the Christian religion before they understood the exact difference between the two systems of belief, and much of this half-pagan, half-Christian religion will be found not only in the Irish stories of the Middle Ages, but in the superstitions of the peasantry of the present day. St. Patrick further adopted the customs and laws of the country in founding monasteries and other religious houses for the use of his followers. After having baptized the chief, he obtained a grant of land from him, upon which a church and surrounding houses were built, the whole being enclosed in a wall and fence forming the sanctuary. Here, ecclesiastical and lay members of the monastery lived. At first, they were all of the same tribe as the chief on whose lands they had established themselves, but in time they collected landholders and also bondsmen on their estate, who were in no way related to the members of the tribe. They were, however, bound to do military service under the head of the monastery. In fact, the monastical establishment was made a part of the tribal system of the country, its head and his tanis being elected to office by the community and having all the rights and lands which belonged to the original head of the monastery. There was not unfrequently a temporal and spiritual superior, the latter being elected by the monks, the former by the members of the Sept or clan to which the establishment belonged. The bishop had no judicial or administrative power over such establishments. His function was spiritual. The church, thus established by St. Patrick, consisted of isolated communities engrafted onto the tribe of the locality in which they were founded. The original home threw out branches, and so a monastery, like the conjoint family, spread. To all connected with such an establishment, family words were applied, signifying kinship and tribe. We may refer to the life of St. Columba as illustrating the working of this system. He was born AD 521 and belonged to the tribe of O'Donnell. Columba was educated in the famous school of Clare, and being destined for the church was sent to Clonfert to be ordained a domestic bishop. On arriving in that place, Columba found the bishop engaged in ploughing his land. Having been ordained, the saint devoted himself to missionary work among his countrymen. Columba was a distinguished scribe, and having borrowed a portion of the scriptures from his friend, the abbot of Clonard, he proceeded to copy the work. The owner of the book subsequently demanded not only its return, but also the copy Columba had made, but the saint refused to give up his copy of the work, and the friends, not being able to settle the matter in dispute, referred it to the King of Meath. The king decided that Columba must give up his copy as well as the original book to the abbot, upon the principles contained in the Brehon law that, quote, "To every cow belongs her little offspring, so to every book belongs its copy," end quote. Columba gave up his manuscript, but he was, quote, "rash, passionate, and revengeful," end quote. And being a chief in his tribe, as well as an ecclesiastic, in the year AD 561, he ordered out a large body of his tribesmen to attack the men of Meath. A battle ensued, in which some 3,000 men are said to have been killed. We need not follow the subsequent life of St. Columba in his home in Iona, or the wonderful work he performed in Scotland in converting the king and inhabitants of that country to Christianity. It was not until the year AD 804 that the Irish monastic communities were exempted from military service. During the year 673, there was persistent war between the monasteries of Clonmacnoise and Durrow, and as late as AD 816, in a scrimmage between these establishments, some 400 men are reported to have been slain. The clergy in the 8th century went about the country and to synods armed, often fought pitched battles in which many were killed with but very small provocation. Although this state of things existed in Ireland, her monasteries were at the same time sending out missionaries whose devotion to their work in England and many parts of the continent of Europe has never been surpassed. The first rector of the school of Paris was a pupil of Bede, and the second rector of that great school was an Irishman named Clement. As in the case of St. Columba, the better qualities of the Celtic missionaries were most conspicuously developed when serving in foreign countries. At home, their warlike proclivities often predominated over the principles they professed. But we must not overlook the fact that it was due to the efforts of the early Irish Church that women were emancipated in that country from military service, and that slavery in its grosser form, that is, in the traffic in human beings, was abolished. Before bringing this chapter to a close, we may refer to two famous Irishmen who, in no small degree, disturbed the minds of the Orthodox in the 5th and 8th centuries. Celestius, an Irishman, was born about the year AD 370, and therefore some 60 years before St. Patrick's time. He travelled to Rome to study law, and there fell in with a fellow countryman, the theologian Pelagius. Celestius struck up a warm friendship with Pelagius, and not only espoused his opinions, but, according to Archbishop Usher, he became, quote, the greatest depressor of God's grace and the advance of man's reason. He held that every one was governed by his own will, and received so much grace as he did merit. End quote. In fact, Celestius, who was educated by Druids and Brehons in Ireland, adopted sufficient Christianity to efface the grosser ideas contained in the system in which he had been brought up, and at the same time could not accept much of the supernatural in Christianity. Dr. Stokes observes that Celestius was one of the most prominent figures in the religious and political world of his day. His activity was immense. He had developed, even in that early time, a true Irish faculty for agitation, and realised fully that successful agitation can only be carried on by intense personal exertion. We find him disputing in Carthage, Rome, Constantinople, and in the Far East. He bearded the patriarchs in one place and the Pope in Rome. He was excommunicated by a council at Ephesus. But what mattered that to Celestius? If the Pope and patriarchs agreed with him, so much the better, but if not, he did not care, but would seek redress in other quarters. There is reason to suppose that with Pelagius, he ended his days in his native country. From the footnotes, Pelagius held 1. That Adam had mortality in his nature, and whether he had sinned or not must have died. 2. That Adam's sin was confined to himself. 3. That newly born infants are in the same condition as Adam was before the fall. 4. That man may by his own exertions remain free from sin, the liberty of the will, law of nature, being sufficient for that purpose, and to overcome temptation. 5. That as the death and disobedience of Adam is not the necessary cause of death to all mankind, neither does the resurrection of the dead follow from the resurrection of the Saviour. Celestius, however, passed from this line of reasoning into those of pantheism, preceding in this respect his still more distinguished fellow countryman, Johannes Eregina. John Scotus Eregina, of much the same cast of mind as Celestius, flourished in the 9th century. He was an eminent scholar, and was sent for from Ireland by Charles the Bald to translate certain Greek works. Dr. Stokes describes Eregina as a thorough Irishman. He was brilliant, learned, and a heretic. So much so that the Pope Honorius III issued a bull declaring that the works of John the Irishman, quote, abounded with worms of heretical depravity, end quote. Excommunication was denounced against him and all who should retain in their possession a copy of his works. He advocated the pantheistic philosophy which many modern authors ascribe to Spinoza. Through the teachings of Johannes, the Irish school of the 9th century came to exercise a direct influence over the philosophical thought of modern times. Eregina's principal work, the Division Naturae, is written in the form of a dialogue, distinguished for its Aristotelian acuteness and extensive information. In this work he argues that, as before creation God alone existed, and in him were the potential causes of all future existence, so too, in the end, all created existence would return to God, for they were a portion of the universal life or divine nature. The idea upon which Vedantism rests, and which Eregina either produced from the depth of his own consciousness, or it was a resuscitation of the religious belief of his forefathers. A belief which Vedantists hold is summed up in a few words. Quote, God, the Word, is true. The world is false. Man's soul is God and nothing else. There is nothing worth gaining. There is nothing worth enjoying. There is nothing worth knowing but God alone, for he who knows God is God. End quote. It is beyond my power to attempt to follow John Scotus Eregina or to explain his views. Some of his opinions will be found in an appendix to this chapter. It seems that the prominent feature in the religious belief of the Druids as given by Cormac MacArt, as also that of Celestius and of Johannes Scotus Eregina, was centred in the worship of God, the creator of the universe and giver of life. God was life, and all things living therefore were for the time being the abode of God. At the time of death, the life returned to God, as being a part of the divine nature. In this belief, there was no need of human intervention between God and man. Cormac MacArt desired to be alone with his God, and by retiring from the world and all its cares to cultivate the spirit which dwelt in him and was destined to exist to all eternity. Celestius harps on the same idea, and J.S. Eregina dilates on the subject and endeavours to clear away the clouds of superstition which in his opinion obscured Christianity. His work, De Divisione Naturae, we have evidence that as far back as AD 850, Irish men were well instructed in concerted music, for he dilates on the harmony produced by the combination of a number of voices taking different parts. These parts, he observes, alone are anything but melodious, but under the hand of the composer they are brought into unison. And so, he argues, it is with the apparently discordant elements by which we are surrounded. Each organism is a part related to the whole universe, which is moving on to perfection in God. Mr. Standish H. O'Grady, in his Silver Gadelica, has given us a translation from an old Celtic manuscript contained in the Book of Lismore, the Colloquy of the Ancients. This is stated to have been taken from a still more ancient work which is now lost, the Book of Monaster Boyce. In this colloquy we have a conversation reported which was supposed to have taken place between St. Patrick and the last of the All Fenia of Ireland. It is interesting as giving us some idea of the wisdom and philosophy of the early Irish Celts. Cuilche, the Fenian, states that Finn, the chief, had given the following rules of conduct to his grandson, rules which, according to the narrative, must have been drawn up before the commencement of the Christian era. Macluach, if armed service be thy design, in a great man's house be quiet, be surly in the rugged past. Without a fault of his beat not thy hound, until thou ascertain her guilt, bring not a charge against thy wife. In battle, meddle not with a buffoon, for, O Macluach, he is but a fool. Censure not any if he be of grave repute. Stand not up to take part in a brawl. Neither have anything at all to do with either a mad or a wicked one. 2/3 of thy gentleness to be shown to women and to creepers on the floor, that is, little children. Likewise to men of art that make the doings, and be not violent to the common people. With thy familiars, with them that are of thy counsel, hasten not to be the first into bed. Perverse alliance shun, and all that is prohibited. Yield not thy reverence to all. Utter not swaggerish speech, nor say that thou wilt not render the thing that is right, for a shameful thing it is to speak too swiftly, unless that it be feasible to carry out thy word. So long as in the universe thou shalt exist, thy chief forsake not. Neither for gold nor for other valuable in the earthly world abandon thou thy guarantee, that is, him that places himself under thy protection. To a chief utter not strenuous criticism of his people, for it is not a good man's occupation to abuse a great lord's people to their chief. Be not a continually tattling talebearer, nor a false one. Be not loquacious nor censorious rashly. Be the multiplicity of thy chivalrous qualities what it may, yet have thou not the Iract's hostility inclined to thee. Be not a frequenter of the drinking house, nor given to carping at old men. The conduct thou hearest recommended, that is right. Meddle not with a man of mean estate. Deal not in refusing of thy meat, and any that is penurious have not for a familiar. Force not thyself upon a chief, nor give a chief lord occasion to speak ill of thee. Stick to thy raiment, hold fast to thine armature, until the stern fight with its weapon glitter be well ended. Never renounce to back thy luck, yet follow after gentleness, Macluach. Succession and benediction, said Patrick. A good story it is that thou hast told us here. And where is Brehon the scribe? Brehon answered, "Here, holy cleric, be that tale written by thee," and Brehon performed it on the spot. John Scotus, Eregina. Erdmann, in his work on the history of philosophy, Volume 1, page 291, observes that Eregina was the Charlemagne of scholastic philosophy. He was born about 815 and was still living in 877. He was a layman. His chief work is based on the idea propounded by himself that true religion is also the true philosophy, and vice versa. The idea that every doubt can be refuted by philosophy was so preposterous an idea that it was by the clergy declared to be insensate blasphemy. Jenna held that the fathers taught what they learned by reason. By reason is meant the common thought which reveals itself in conversation, where out of two reasons are made one, each speaker as it were becoming the other. The organ of this general thinking is the intellectus, also called animus, which stands above the ratio, which has below it the five senses, and the life force, which belongs to the soul, because the latter is bound to the body. His speculative knowledge is unity of subject and object. This whole investigation, physiologia, the totality of all being, natura, which is divided into four classes: the uncreated creating, the created creating, the created uncreating, the neither created nor creating. Of these, the first, the ground of all being, and the fourth, the last goal, fall in God. The second and third embrace the creation. Of his 5 books, each describes a class. In the 5th book, the return of every created thing into the source of creation is exhibited. The first 4 are Eregina's theology and physics, the last his ethics. The scriptures are allegorically interpreted. He summons Origen, Ambrose, Augustine, and many of the fathers to his aid. First book. God is the uncreated creator, summa bonitas, and so the unity of 3 persons, essentia, virtus, operatio. God is all in all, no being outside of him. All exists so far as God appears in it. God, without ceasing to be above things, in them comes into being and creates himself. The second book, first transition. The created creating nature, the cause primordialis, although created eternal, because God must always have created, or creation would have been accidental with him, which is impossible. The chaos of Moses is referred to the primitive cause, by whom the brooding spirit is divided into genera and species. This is the only seed from which all proceed. Whatever is real in things is a participation in the creating truth. Third book, Physics. He looks on creation and preservation as one. God did all he had to do at once. The becoming cognizable in the highest existence of things. Things are in man when he sees them. The fourth book. The goal is the return of man to God, also in the 5th book. Evil is the perverted tendency of the will, which is good. There is a restoration of all things at the final goal, even the demons. In death, the elements are separated. All passes over into the causae primordialis, and the attainment of the full knowledge of God, in which the knowing and the known become one. It is not absorption, for the individuality is preserved.
And there you have it, chapter 4 of A Story of an Irish Sept. Like I said at the beginning of this video, if you're like me, you left this reading with more questions than you had going into it. I found this chapter to be quite fascinating, eye-opening, and gave me a deeper understanding of just the contribution of Irish thinkers to the evolution of philosophy and theological thought in the era in which they lived. And it was phenomenal. The Pelagian heresy, as it has come down to us today, and the writings of Scotus, a man who was so significant and known and influential that he made his way onto the 5 punt Irish banknotes. I just wanted to take a little bit of time to go a bit deeper into some of the topics that were talked about here to flesh them out. And why I think it's important is trying to understand the Irish spirituality, the Irish psyche is quite challenging, because much of the materials that we have, first of all, were written by monks, okay, Christian monks. So they're clearly are arguably going to be writing with their Christian bias motifs and even a way of describing, let's say, the Tuatha De Danann. Now they're described as demons in the Christian text. So it would have been very challenging for any monk at that time to not localize and Christianize the myth that they were talking about. So that's one factor. The other factor is we don't have what we could say like, the Druids didn't write anything down, so we don't have any of their teachings or manuscripts or guides or handbooks or anything really. So because of it was such a like well guarded oral tradition of teaching, it eventually died out because there was no records of it. So that gives another challenge to us to try and understand what is it that they believed. We have neo-Druids today, like people who profess to be pagan and go to sacred sites and dress up in white robes and have a staff or whatever. Like, this is very like a reimagined idea based on Hollywood ideas, based on the writings of Gardner in the revival of the Wiccan movement, or the creation of it, should I say. Like, there's what we think of as Druidry today is, we don't have a lot of material to come to those conclusions that this is what it is, or this is what it should be, or how it was. And this is why I think using the Vedas and the Eastern teachings about spirituality might give us an insight, a better insight into understanding those beliefs of the early Irish and early European pre-Christian people, about not just the fact that they had many gods, but why, what was the philosophical foundation underpinning their belief in the gods or pantheism or reincarnation. So to talk about reincarnation briefly, first of all, the story of Tuatha MacCarroll, which is mentioned briefly, it's a story of a single man or soul individual who witnessed the coming of all of these migrations of men to Ireland over the years, from Partholon to the Nemedians and Tuatha De Danann and Fir Bolgs and all this. He witnessed this from afar, and he was the one who was kind of, it was like his testimony was the one that told us about these people and their stories. So he is told as having like lived for all that time through the centuries by taking the form of different animals, shape-shifting into like a salmon and a hawk and things like that. So this would point to an idea, a primitive idea in Ireland of potentially having a belief in the transmigration of soul into different forms, into different animals and so on. Because you can go deeper into reincarnation and the philosophical understanding of it. There's different schools of approach to it. But the question then would be, did the Irish, first of all, believe in reincarnation? Did they believe that you would reincarnate up and down, so you could become a human in one life and then be a mouse in the next life? We don't know. Did they believe that the consciousness of the individual is carried with them through life? Well, in the case of Tuatha MacCarroll, considering he could remember his stories, that's potential that they did think that way about reincarnation. But, or they could have just thought about it in a very, let's say, energetic way, or there's a word I'm looking for here, operative way. What I mean by that is they look out their at the season, they see a change, they see the cycle of death, rebirth, life, death, rebirth, life, death in the seasons themselves. So primitive man may have had an understanding about the nature of the soul and the self as being something that he observed around him in the natural forces, and not much deeper than that. We don't know. but it does at the very least give an indicator of that they did believe in a soul, and they seem to believe in an interconnectivity of all things within that soul, and which Scotus in his later books really elucidates on that idea that there's the created that's uncreated, there's the created creation, and he steps down from this original source of God, which kind of reflects back to these ideas that I'm talking about in terms of energy and consciousness and what really happens when we die. Another interesting kind of parallel to this was the idea, this ties into St. Patrick's mission, why was it successful, but also the Trinity and the Vedas. Because the Vedas, if we are using them as a sort of a guiding light, okay, I'm not saying it was exactly the same, but maybe we can use it as a guiding light to get more information about our heritage. But they do have a concept of the Trinity in the Vedas, except it's formulated as, you could say, creation, sustenance, and destruction. Or another way to say it is potential energy, manifested energy, and dissolved, or the dissolution of energy back into the source. And these take the name of Brahma, the creation or the potential. Vishnu is the manifest or the sustainer of what is manifest. And Shiva, which is the destruction, the dissolution, the return into the void, the outward breath, you could say. And so they did have a concept of the Trinity, although again, this could have been coming from just very operative perspective of like, well, everything in existence seems to come from somewhere, exist for a time, and disappear again back into somewhere. So that's something that's kind of observable, which they evolved their mythology and their belief and religion from that. But maybe the Irish had some concept of Trinity in this sense. We think of the Triskel, the very logo of the Brehon Academy. It's a trinity, right? And there's many interpretations about what does this Triskel means. The truth is nobody really knows exactly what it means, but there's certainly an aspect of Trinity in this, and this carving is much older than Christianity. Is it too crazy then, looking at the Vedas for guidance as well, to imagine that maybe the early Irish had a concept of the Trinity, maybe in a different form than the Christian Trinity, but it was something that was familiar to them? Maybe the idea of having a soul that lasts forever, or at least can transmigrate into other forms, seems to be something that was held by the Irish. So the idea of having an eternal soul then, and heaven and hell, it's not a huge leap there. Okay, it's definitely a different belief, but this is what I think Macnamara is getting at when he says St. Patrick engrafted Christianity onto the pagan beliefs. It didn't challenge them. He found ways for them to fit and mold together. So we got a little bit of an insight into the Druids here, but the thing with the Druids, I find that the more you learn about them, the less you think you know, or you realize how little you know. They're very mysterious, and I have my own theories about what I think they were and what I think that they teach and what they believe, and I sort of liken them to being very early natural philosophers. And what did the Druids study, and what did they teach and believe? I think that the object of their work was truth, understanding truth, the nature and order of reality itself. Some of the topics that are associated with the Druids, if I can just unpack it a little bit, you have music, right, through the bardic order and the finny and the playing of the harp and the keeping of the histories. You have astronomy, the mapping of the stars as they move through the sky. You have geometry, the carvings, the architectural monuments, the standing stones. The geometry. And to me, these are very similar to the trivium and quadrivium method of classical education. where you had 7 subjects, the first 3 being grammar, logic, and rhetoric, and the next 4 topics would be arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy. Because the belief with the liberal arts education is if you have studied in these 7 topics, you have the tools in your mind, your way of thinking and approaching information is such that you are completely free man. That's why they call it liberal education. You're a completely free man because you do not, you have the tools of comprehension, the tools of using your brain effectively. So why is this important? Because if you want to understand the truth and to have the tools to determine that what you believe is true, you need to have logic. You need to understand the grammar, the rules of grammar, and that's not just linguistic grammar, and rhetoric. First of all, that's comprehension. But then you need to go deeper. This is how do you apply the tools of comprehension, those 3 tools of comprehension, to reality itself? Well, the ancients knew, and the Druids knew, and the mystery schools know that reality is coded by numbers. It's a numerical reality, and that there are certain constants, mathematical truths that exist, whether or not man knows of them or not. They existed before we discovered them, and they exist whether we know of them or not. But that mathematics is essentially the language of reality itself. So in understanding the language of the number, you can begin to understand the mind of God. And why is that important? Because I'm tying together different motifs here, different thoughts about the Druids, and I'm trying to pull them together to see if we can get a clearer thought form from these different ideas. So I believe that they studied and worshipped truth, that they taught the tools, psychological tools, so individuals could determine and know the truth for themselves. And they sought, by having those tools, to understand the very nature of reality itself, the movement of the stars, harmonics in music, geometry, balance, counterbalance, all of these things, because those are the topics of truth, actually, of the truth of reality. Arithmetic is basically numbers, okay, basic arithmetic. Then you have geometry, which is numbers in space, okay, spatial, numbers in relation to spatial planes. And then you have music, which is numbers and time, okay. Also packed in there is harmonics and so on. The music of the spheres, the hum, the vibrational hum of existence itself, and how it can be captured through the plucking of a harp string. Yeah. And so you had numbers in space, numbers in time, and then astronomy, numbers in space and time. So I believe that that's fairly close to what the Druids actually taught and believe. I think that the Vedas connection is a strong one, and definitely if people are interested in these topics, doing a deep dive into the Vedas with the mind of an Irishman, using the Vedas as a sort of a lens for looking at our own history. I think there's a fascinating study there. And aside from all of that, something about this way of thinking, about how did the early Irish think, I should say that these are not necessarily any of my own belief, but just it kind of makes sense to me. Like, it doesn't sound too crazy of an idea. It's not like too off the wall. It fits a lot of different kind of approaches to it, whether it's like anthropological, linguistic, historical, what little we do have about the Druids, but and their beliefs. But there's just something about this that kind of feels right. And then reading the works of Scotus Erigena and Pelagius, some of what he said, you can see that this is not a new idea either. Like, this is something that they were grappling with back then, and that these sorts of ideas of that relate consciousness to religion, and religion to science, and science back to consciousness again. That the early Irish, when some people many centuries ago from Ireland were quite influential in thinking about these things, but also in articulating them and using their rhetoric, so that today in 2021 there's some random Irish guy making a video about their teachings. It's quite phenomenal. So that's enough of my rambling on this topic. I'd love to go into more information, but I think we're kind of running out of time for this video. There's a lot more we could go into here, and I'd love to hear any of your comments or ideas that came up as you were listening to this topic. Remember to hit like, subscribe if you like the video, and hit the notification bell if you want to see, when I upload a new video. If you want, I don't use notification bells, but apparently that's a thing you do. So if you want, you can get notified whenever I'm uploading a new video. Please check out the website, all that good stuff. If you want to reach out to me, you can do it at kev@brehonacademy.org. You can find me on Facebook. I've put a link to the website and the courses below. That's all from me. So until next time, slán go fóill. You've got Dina August Fulcha Gudi a Codov Brehon. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Brehon Academy. My name is Kevin Flanagan. In this video, we're going to be covering chapter 5 of A Story of an Irish Sept, continuing our series on the book written by Seamus Macnamara, a member of the Sept. Before I get into it, if you're a fan of all things Irish heritage and culture, then I invite you to subscribe and like the page, because that's what we cover here. The aim of the Brehon Academy is really to promote a revival of awareness of the culture, the mythology, and the laws of early Ireland. So if that interests you, please give the page a like. Also invite you to check out the brehonacademy.org website. There's lots of materials over there as well. There's blog posts, resources, online courses. And if you sign up to become a member, which is absolutely free, you can get access to a really huge members library, which has a ton of resources, including the book that we're going to cover here, The Story of an Irish Sept. This is going to be the second last video of this series. And in the final video, we're going to talk about Brian Boru and the Vikings. Now, there's a lot more in the book, and I encourage you to go and read it, but that's all we're going to cover on this channel. So with that being said, let's jump into the next chapter of A Story of an Irish Sept. The Story of an Irish Sept, Chapter 5. On the history of the origins of the Dalcasian tribe, of the Yoganists, of Cormac Cos, first of the Dalcasian chiefs in AD 234, the Macnamaras, a sept of the Dalcasian tribe, which tribe was granted possession of North Munster or Thomond. They conquered that province from the Iberian race, including County Clare in AD 419, and how Iberians then formed a large proportion of the population of Clare. In the preceding chapter, I have endeavoured to give a brief account of the people from which the members of our sept were derived, together with the social, political, and religious conditions under which they lived until the middle of the 16th century. At that time, certain arrangements were made between Henry VIII and the leading landowners of Clare, whereby the tenure of the land under the Brehon Code was for the first time disturbed. But in other respects, the people living to the west of the Shannon continued to flourish under their old laws and customs until the reign of James I. We may now proceed to learn from contemporary historians something as to the character of our ancestors, and to trace the influence which their inherited qualities had in moulding their career. For history is valuable insofar as it enables us to comprehend the causes which have led to the success or failure of the people to which it refers, and to probe the virtues and vices which, as links in the chain, their descendants are destined to pass on to their children.
In the case of Irishmen, it seems that knowledge of this kind is of peculiar value. The government of that country has been, and still is, a vexed question, largely because due weight has not been given to the fact that the character of the Irish Celt and English Saxon differ, and laws and customs which to the latter appear to be unexceptionable are by no means necessarily best fitted for the former people. Working on these principles, we must endeavour to discover from their actions in what the peculiarities of the Celtic Irishman consists. And if we come near the truth in this matter, we shall have done something towards laying a foundation on which to base a system of treatment calculated to alleviate, if not to remove, some of the social and political anomalies under which Irish Celts exist. From an abstract of the registered pedigree of the Macnamaras, it appears that the family traced their origin in uninterrupted succession to Cas, the son of Conall. But we may go back further than this, for there is historical evidence to show that Conall was the sixth in descent from a Celtic chief who ruled over the province of Munster from the year AD 174 to 234. This chief's name was Angus. Angus, or Ullil Ullum, as he was commonly called, was descended from the family of the early Celtic rulers of Ireland. He married the daughter, Sabia, of a renowned Irish hero known as Con of 100 Battles. Ullil, although a less distinguished warrior than Con, was nevertheless a prominent character in Irish history. He was a scholar as well as a soldier. Some of his poems still exist, and Professor O'Curry believes that these poems were actually the work of this king. Ullil and many of his successors lived at Cashel in Tipperary, within sight of the hills of Clare. From a strategical point of view, it was hardly possible for the Celtic chief of Munster to have selected a more advantageous position than the rock of Cashel upon which to take up his abode. This rock rises abruptly in the midst of a far-reaching plain, doubtless until comparatively recent times covered by a forest. The summit of the rock is flat and, like that of the Acropolis of Athens, capable of affording space upon which to erect a considerable number of buildings, and above all having a deep well containing an abundant supply of water. On the summit of this rock, Ullil Ullum built his habitation, constructed of wood and clay. We know but little of his life, and that little is chiefly derived from legends which have been handed down to us. Among these is the curious tradition which explains why Angus was nicknamed Ullil Ullum, or Docht of an Ear, as the name signifies. Angus had been engaged at some distance from Cashel overlooking a favourite stud of horses. Night came on and the king directed his attendants to collect rushes and prepare a bed for him on the hillside. Then he went to sleep to the sound of the grazing of his horses. In the morning, to the surprise of Angus, the grass, which on the previous night covered the hillside, had disappeared. On a subsequent occasion in similar circumstances, the same thing happened. As the king could in no way account for this phenomena, he sent for his chief druid to explain the matter to him. The druid, on arriving at the hill, found that Angus was asleep, and he therefore took up his position near his master, and presently saw the side of the hill open, and its denizens, headed by their chief and his daughter, issue from the opening. As the hill chief seemed inclined to approach too near the sleeping king, the druid hurled a spear at him and killed him. As for the girl, the king arose, caught and kissed her. But she resisted, and struggling to release herself from Angus, she nipped off his ear, so that she left him neither flesh nor skin of the same, from which time never any such ear grew on him again. Henceforth, Angus was named Ullil Ullum, or Docht of an Ear. Ullil had 9 sons. Of these, Owen, the eldest, and 6 of his brothers were killed in a battle fought against their half-brother Macon, the son of Sabia's former husband, quote, nursed on the same knee as Owen and at the same breast. End quote. Macon appears to have been a delicate, peevish child, and when nothing else would pacify him, those under whose care he was brought the boy to Ullil's favourite wolfhound, who was so tender and fond of children that young Macon and the hound became fast friends, so much so that he received the name of Mac Con, son of a hound. When Mac Con had grown to manhood, he was entrusted with certain duties by his stepfather, and, having failed in his trust, he was banished by the king from Munster. He sought refuge with the King of Scotland without revealing his name and position, and was received on friendly terms. One day some Irish men arrived in the Scotch king's presence while he and Macon were engaged in a game of chess. Macon questioned the strangers as to the state of affairs in Ireland, and then turned the conversation to that of his own family in Munster. "Oh," said the strangers, "with them nothing goes well. They are under the bondage of women." Upon hearing this remark, Macon seized some of the heavy chessmen he was playing with and flung them at the strangers. "A fit of affection," exclaimed the King of Scotland. "It is evident to whom you belong." Macon then related his history to the king and sought his help to regain his position in Ireland. The king accepted this obligation, and having obtained help from Britain, they assembled what there were of ships and galleys and barges in the coast of Britain and Saxon land, so that they filled the King of Scotland's ports. The troops on board these vessels were placed under the command of Macon and Bain, a Prince of Wales. The army landed in Ireland near the site of the present town of Galway. The monarch of Ireland, hearing of the invasion of his country, joined his forces with those of Ulliel, King of Munster, and the allies led by Owen, Ulliel's eldest son, and 6 of his brothers, marched to resist their stepbrother Macon and his allies. In the battle which ensued, not only was the monarch of Ireland slain, but also Owen and his brothers. So crushing a defeat was at once taken advantage of by Macon, who marched to Tara and caused himself to be proclaimed monarch of the country. He adopted the son of the former king, and this lad subsequently became the famous Cormac MacArt, to whose opinions reference is made in a former chapter. It was necessary to enter into the above details in order to understand the somewhat complicated system of succession to the throne of Munster. Ulliel, before his death, appointed, with the consent of his tribe, one of his remaining sons, Cormac Cos, as his tanist. At the time Ulliel made this arrangement, he did not know that his eldest son had married the night before the battle in which he was killed, and that the result of this marriage was a son. So soon as Ulliel was assured of this fact, he revoked his former decision and arranged that Cormac Cas should succeed him. But he decided that, as Owen had a son, he or his heirs must follow Cormac as King of Munster, the province being governed alternately by the family of Owen and then by the heirs of Cormac Cos, without quarrel or dispute. The descendants of Owen formed a tribe known as the Owenists, and the descendants of Cormac Cos the tribe of the Dalcasians. Cormac Cos, therefore, son of Ulliel Ullum, was, as Professor O'Curry remarks, quote, in a lineal descent a progenitor of the renowned tribe of the Dal Cas, which in the course of time subdivided into the O'Briens, Macnamaras, O'Carrolls, O'Grady's, and other septs. The Macnamaras were known as the Shiel Ada, Clan Cullen, Ada and Cullen having been 2 famous chiefs of the Sept. Cormac Cos came to the throne of Munster AD 234. He married a daughter of the poet and warrior Oisin, who was in command of the finny of Ireland, as his father and grandfather had been before him. At this time the throne of Leinster was occupied by a king named Cormac, chief of the provincial king of Ireland. It appears to have been the custom for the ruler of Leinster, as monarch of the country, to summon the provincial kings and chiefs once every 3 years to a council at Tara in order to regulate the affairs of the kingdom. On an occasion of this kind, the King of Ulster determined to seize the sovereign power. Without warning, he collected a large force and marched on Tara. Cormac was unprepared for this invasion and had therefore to retire in haste from his capital. He then summoned a council of war and inquired of his chief bard as to what steps it were best to adopt in existing circumstances. The bard replied, quote, O Cormac, unless that nearer to hand thou hast some battle-winning friend, then of Munster crave a champion, mighty hard-hitting, a lord that may relieve thee of all fear of enemies." End quote. The king then consulted the chief druid on the subject, and he concurred in the opinion expressed by the bard. So Cormac started off to the king of Munster, the first of the Dalcasians, and at his hand received a hearty welcome. "The object for which we are come hither," the monarch said, "is to propitiate your goodwill, which," said the king of Munster, "thou shalt right willingly have." And so it was arranged that the forces of Munster should be placed at the disposal of Cormac, the Dalcasian chief, his brother Cian being entrusted with the command of the forces. A desperate battle followed, in which the king of Ulster was slain, and Cormac restored to his throne, but the men of Munster suffered severely. Cian, their commander, the progenitor of the O'Carrolls of Ely, being killed. His son, named Tig, was also wounded in this battle, and the surgical treatment which he received has already been described. Cormac Cas was wounded on the head, and for 13 years, it is said, portions of his brain passed through the wound, but he continued to govern his province. Cormac Cas built himself a fort on the side of a hill, in the midst of which was a sparkling translucent spring, about which a royal house was constructed, and the king's couch so placed as to allow cold water being constantly poured over his head, which alone gave him relief from the pain. In this place Cormac Cas died. He was buried in the hill where the remains of his father, Ullil, and his mother, Sebia, had already been lain. From this history we can understand how the Dalcasian came into existence. They were a division of the original tribe of which Ullil was head, into the Dal Cas, or sons of Cas, forming one branch, and the descendants of Owen, the other branch. Of the Dalcasians, Keating, quoting from a very ancient Celtic work, remarks, quote, "This was a brave and martial tribe, and it was observed particularly of them that they always chose to be in front of the attacking force when they entered an enemy's country, where they always distinguished themselves with signal courage, and when marching homewards their place was to cover the army and to shield it from danger." End quote. This passage was taken from the Psalter of Cashel, that is, from the official record kept at Tara, and revised by a council which assembled there every 3rd year under the presidency of the king. Mo Corrib, son of Cormac Cas, became king of Munster AD 314. He reigned for 20 years. But, as before explained, the throne of Munster after Cormac's death was to pass to his nephew whose name was Fiachra. Some time before his decease, Cormac Cas came to an arrangement with Fiachra to divide the province of Munster. One part to include what is now known as the counties of Kerry, Cork and Waterford were to form South Munster, and to be the patrimony of the Owenists. The other half of Munster, including the counties of Clare, Tipperary and part of Limerick, were to form the province of North Munster, or as it was called, Thomond, and was to form the patrimony of the Dalcasians. That part of Thomond, however, which was included in County Clare, was claimed by the King of Connacht as belonging to his territories, and was inhabited by the Fir Bolgs, or Iberian race. In the early days of their existence, the Dalcasians were unable to occupy this portion of North Munster, as they were not sufficiently strong to conquer the territory assigned to them from the people who occupied the land. Fiachra belonged to the Owenists, and it is unnecessary to refer to his history. But the legend connected with his birth is so remarkable that it is well to give it. We are told that Owen, the eldest son of Ullil, on his march with the forces of Munster to oppose his stepbrother Macon, stopped the night before the Battle of Mucrava at the house of a blind druid called Dil. Owen demanded Dil's daughter, Moncha, in marriage. She was her father's chariotess. The druid predicted Owen's death on the following day, but nevertheless sanctioned his daughter's marriage with him, the result of which was a son, Fiachra as he was called, signifying a man of sorrows. Quote, "Seeing that on the morrow of the day he was begotten his father was slain, and that his mother perished on the day that he was born." End quote. He was also called Broad Crown for the following reason. Owen's widow, Moncha, being in labour, her father Dill told her that if the child were born on that day, he must be a failure. But if his birth were postponed by 24 hours, he would rule Ireland. Quote, "True it is," Moncha answered, "and for the sake of my child's birth shall be delayed." End quote. Whereupon she entered the river Sur and bestrode a stone in the middle of the stream. "Maintain thou to me," she cried to the rock, "and to the hour of tierce upon the morrow." There she held fast. "It is time," her father said, upon which she loosed her hold of the rock and reached the bank of the stream. Her child was born, but his mother fainted and died. The infant's head was flattened against the stone, whence the name Muilehan, or Broad Crown, was imposed on him. To return, however, to Mac Corp, son of Cormac Cos, who after the death of his cousin Fiachra came to the throne of Munster. His mother was the daughter of the commander of the finny, and her brother Oscar had filled the office of foster father to Mac Corp. After being elected King of Munster, a quarrel broke out between Mac Corp and the reigning monarch of Ireland. The finny were at this time in revolt and joined the King of Munster against the monarch, who in the engagement that followed was killed. Mac Corp governed Munster for 20 years and died AD 334. He left a son called Fir Bolg, and he a son Angus Tirach, or the Land Grabber, a name probably derived from the conquest which he initiated on that part of Thomond now known as County Clare. Luath Men was a son of Angus, and it was reserved to him to drive the King of Connacht out of Clare and to subjugate the Fir Bolgs who occupied that part of the country. Luath, therefore, was the first of the Dalcasian princes who was able to take full possession of Thomond, or North Munster, including Clare. We are able to ascertain pretty accurately the date of this conquest of Clare by reference made to it in The Death of Crimmon, King of Ireland. From Mr. O'Grady's translations of this Celtic manuscript, we learn that in Crimmon's reign there was a great war, and for a lengthened space of time, carried on by the Dalcasians of Munster to win the soil on which to this day they are still planted in Thomond. And this matter was the efficient cause of all the future fighting between the Dalcasians of Clare and the King of Connacht. The latter held this territory as part of his province. From the manuscript above referred to, we learned that Luath Men was the first that violently grasped this part of Thomond, for which reason he is said to have made Clare sword lands, or in other words, lands taken and held by the sword. The historian adds, the country which the Dalcasians acquired was taken by force, not because they had any title to it, it belonged by right to the province of Connacht. Crimmon was foster father to Conall, son of Luath, and died AD 378. At the time of the king's death, Luath seems still to have been engaged in military operations in Clare, so we may assume that this part of Thomond did not come into the possession of the Dalcasians until the close of the 4th or the early part of the 5th century. Crimmon, King of Ireland, belonged to the Owenite division of Uliel's sons. He was the 6th in descent from Uliel, and also was Luath on the Dalcasian side of the family. Crimmon came to the throne of Ireland in consequence of his nephew, the rightful heir, being at the time too young to fill that office. He was an intrepid soldier, and carried the Irish arms not only into Scotland and Britain, but also into the heart of France, and from all these he took hostages and great booty. He left no children, and the succession to the throne was an open question, a fact which his sister hoped to turn to the advantage of her own son. She determined to poison her brother, though it should cost her her own life in doing so. Crimmon was invited to Connacht by his sister, and while there she poisoned his wine. Having first drunk some of this wine, she passed a cup to her brother. The king subsequently feeling that he had been poisoned, and his sister soon afterwards having died, he started for his home in Munster, but only reached Cratloe in the south of Clare, where he died in the year AD 378. His success in arms and tragic death made a deep impression on the minds of his countrymen, so that there can be no mistake as to the date of his decease. Conall, being a foster son of the monarch Crimmon from his boyhood, lived under his care, and the king became so much attached to him that when the lad grew to manhood, Crimmon offered to assist him to gain possession of the throne of Munster. The men of that province, however, objected to this arrangement, or to accept a nominee of the monarch of Ireland as their king. They represented to Conall that he would thus be put in possession of that which did not belong to him, for although he was their kinsman, yet he had no claim to the throne, which should as a matter of right pass to Cork, a wise and brave prince. Conall agreed to submit the question to arbitration, and the case being decided against him, he resigned all claim to the throne of Munster and betook himself to govern his own tribe, the Dalcasians of Thomond. Crimmon had such implicit confidence in Conall that he handed over to his care the many hostages he had taken, because we are told he felt that he could rely on the integrity of a prince who delivered up the possession of a crown that he was able to defend, for no other reason but because he had no right to it. In a poem contained in the Psalter of Cashel, referring to Crimmon, it is said that numerous captives he held in triumph led, and hostages the bonds of true submission. These pledges and the prisoners of his wars he trusted in the hands of brave Conall. Than whom a prince of more integrity and stricter justice never wore a crown. This prince for arms and martial skill renowned, enlarged the bounds of his command and ruled, with equity, the countries he had won. Probably this record is the earliest we possess as to the character of one of the immediate ancestors of the Macnamara Sept. The poem refers to the conquest which Conall's father effected of a portion of the present counties of Clare and Tipperary. As Crimmon commenced his reign AD 366, we may suppose he was then about 25 years of age. Conall, his foster son, would hardly have been less than 5 years old at this time. Probably he was 7 years of age, and if he lived to be 60 years old, he would have died about AD 419, at which time the Dalcasians were in full possession of Thomond. We have therefore evidence from more than one source which agree in that Ulial Ulium died AD 234, his son Cormac Cos died AD 274, and his son Morcorrib in 334. Morcorrib left a son, Fir Bolg, who died AD 364, and his son Angus in AD 383. Angus's son Luad died, and his son Conall about the year AD 419. So that we have in a direct line from Ulial to Conall 6 generations, which, on an average, lasted 32 years, and this is about the time which, in Professor O'Curry's opinion, is the period to allot to a generation according to the teaching of early Irish history. Of these 6 persons, 4 were kings of Munster, but under Ulial's scheme of succession, the elder branch of his family came into possession of the largest and richest part of Munster. Moreover, they had not to defend their territories from the frequent invasion of a powerful neighbour as the Dalcasians had on their part of Connacht. Taking advantage of the weakness thus caused to the inhabitants of Thomond, the elder branch of the family gradually possessed themselves of the throne of Munster, and for many generations became the kings of that province, to the exclusion of the Dalcasians, who, however, exercised supreme power over Thomond. Conall's eldest son was named Cos or Cas, and on the death of his father he became chief of the Dalcasian tribe. He had 12 sons who were the progenitors of the various septs of the tribe, and their descendants formed the families constituting the Dalcasian septs. The territory of Thomond was allotted to the chief and in part to the heads of septs in proportion to their importance. A part of the territory was given to free clansmen for their homesteads, another part to maintain the poor, old and infirm members of the tribe, and a part was retained as common land which every member of the tribe was entitled to use under certain provisions. We must bear in mind that after Luad and his followers had conquered Clare, the county was still inhabited by a brave and industrious people, the descendants of the old Iberian race. Doubtless many of the Fir Bolgs were killed, and those who remained had their lands taken from them by the conquerors and were therefore reduced to the condition of serfs. But they were good agriculturists, and we have reason to think a harder working people than the Celts, who could have formed but a very small percentage of the population for a considerable period after they had taken possession of the country.
There you have it, guys. That brings us to the end of that chapter. I hope you enjoyed the information there. As I said, the next video is going to be talking about Brian Boru and the Vikings. I was almost tempted to skip chapter 5, but I wanted to share with you guys the full story, so it kind of fit together. But really, I'm excited to share chapter 6 with you because it's a really interesting part of Irish history. The story of how the Vikings came to Ireland, their interaction with the Irish, and the eventual expulsion of this great, powerful race of invaders, so we call the Vikings, by Brian Boru. Remember, you can download this and many, many more books over in the Brehon Academy resource library. Just visit brehonacademy.org, set up a free account, and you'll get access to that. Also invite you to check out the online courses if you want to go deeper into learning about the concepts of Irish culture, mythology, and the law. Please help me out by liking the video if you thought it was good. Please subscribe if you want to see more from my channel. Hit the notification bell and leave a comment if you want to start a discussion here. I love reading your comments. I love answering your questions. And some of you have like very insightful pieces of information to add to the discussion. So I encourage you to do that if there's something on your mind that you want to share. Until next time, thank you very much and slán go fóill. Dave Gochdana agus Fáilte go dtí a Codh Brehon. Hello everyone and welcome to the Brehon Academy. My name is Kim Flanagan. In this video, you're going to get a front row seat at one of the most pivotal battles in Irish history. We're going to follow the journey of the Dalcasians through a great king called Brian Boru and learn his story of how he united several, not all, but several of the Irish clans in opposition of the Vikings and finally pushed them back in the Battle of Clontarf in 1014. But before we get into that, if you're a fan of Irish heritage and culture, you're in the right place because that's everything we do here. The purpose of the Brehon Academy is to revive an awareness and appreciation for the culture, the mythology, and the laws of early Ireland. So if that sounds like something that you're interested in and you'd like to see more, please click subscribe and hit the notification bell so you get notified whenever I upload a new video. Not just here on YouTube, of course. I invite you to check out the brehonacademy.org if you want to get access to some articles and online courses and a really cool, if I do say so myself, members library, which has a ton of resources, PDF books that are available for free download to members. So even this book that we're going to cover this evening is available there. And of course, we also have an online store. So if you want to check that out, see if anything takes your fancy, it'd be much appreciated. Now, we're going to continue our journey into the story of an Irish Sept. This is part 6. And for this video, I've decided to do something a little bit differently. My brother is a Viking reenactor, has been for many, many years, well over a decade. And he's a very good fighter. And there was a Viking reenactment of the Battle of Clontarf in 2014, which would have been the millennial celebration, which my brother fought at. And so instead of using old pictures and drawings from books and images like that, what I've decided to do is just use photographs from the reenactment of the Battle of Clontarf. So Seamus Macnamara is continuing his journey now with the story of Brian Boru and his great victory at Clontarf, but also his sad demise that happened on the same day.
The story of an Irish Sept, Chapter 6. In the previous chapter, it was explained how the Dalcasian tribe originated from Dal Cas and came to occupy the territory now known as County Clare, and that before these people could obtain possession of Thomond, they had to drive out the king of Connacht and to conquer its Fir Bolg's inhabitants. Conall, the son of Luad, died about the year 419. He left a son named Cas, who became Prince of Thomond and chief of the Dal Cas. Cas had 12 sons, and from the eldest came the family of the O'Briens. Cas's second son was called Cashin, and from him were derived the Sept of Macnamaras or Clan Cullen. It is not, however, until long after the time of Cas that the monarch of Ireland, Brian Boru, gave surnames to the principal families of Ireland with the object of, quote, avoiding confusion and that their genealogies might be better preserved, end quote. The family name given to the members of Clan Cullen was Macnamara or Macnamara. Until Brian's time, men's names, as a rule, were derived from some peculiarity of their features, not unfrequently from some marked trait in their character, as already described in the case of Ulil Ullum. At the time Cas became chief of the Dalcasians, the tribe had obtained complete possession of Thomond, and as his sons grew up, the 4 eldest were assigned lands according to their priority. Cashin, the second son of Cas, had a portion of land assigned to him between the rivers Fergus and Shannon. It extended some 17 Irish miles from north to south and 16 from east to west. This territory is marked on all old maps of Ireland as U Cashin, or the tribal lands of Cashin. And in the footnotes, the name and exact extent of this territory is preserved in the deanery of Ogaskin, which comprises the parishes of Kim, Tulla, Clooney, Dora, Kilratis, Templemally, Kilmurray Nagal, and Inchicrownan. After AD 1318, Ucashin included, in addition to the above parishes, those of Killaloe, Aglish, Killurin, Kilnoe, Killokennedy, Tulla, Moynoe, Kilseely, Fiacla, Kilfinity, Inishcaltra, Tomgraney, in short, the whole of Upper and Lower Tulla. Returning to the text, Cashin therefore was the immediate progenitor of the Sept of Macnamaras in the same way as Cormac Cos was of the tribe of Dalcasians. From the time of Cormac, the office of chief of the tribe had passed in unbroken succession through 7 generations from chief to tanist, Cas being the last of the 7. The territories conquered by Cas's father and grandfather were of sufficient extent to allow him to divide them among his sons as tribe lands, and in this way the area we know as County Clare came to be subdivided among the members of this Celtic tribe. As time went on, the 4 eldest sons of Cashin migrated from their father's house and had lands assigned them within the boundaries of Ucashin, under the provisions of the Brehon laws. On referring to the pedigree in chapter 19 of this volume, it will be noticed that from Cashin to Shielda, the names of 8 chiefs are given who respectively held the office of head of the Clan Cullen Sept. During the 3 centuries in which these chiefs exercised authority over their sept, we hear but little of Clare, for this part of Ireland seems to have enjoyed a period of peace and prosperity, which was only seriously broken by the invasion of the Danes in the 9th century. But it is evident that throughout the time that County Clare had no history, the chiefs of Clan Cullen maintained their position as second in rank to the head of the O'Briens, who were successively kings of Thomond. For in the year AD 847 we find the chief of our sept filling an important post as marshal of the province. It then fell to the lot of Shielda Macnamara to inaugurate the head of his tribe as king of North Munster or Thomond. The office of marshal, we are told, quote, was a highly honourable one and was hereditary, end quote. And so far as the province of Thomond was concerned, it was held for many generations by the head of our sept. The ceremony of inauguration took place at Magadar, situated within the Ucashin tribal lands, upon the mound under which the last of the Fir Bolg chiefs of Clare were buried. From a drawing made by Mr. T.J. Westrop, the existing appearance of this mound is clearly shown. On the day of inauguration, the heads of the various Dalcasian septs assembled around Magadar. The king-elect, his chief bard, and the head of the Macnamara sept then ascended the mound. The king-elect stood on the stone placed near its centre. His bard then recited certain laws which the chief promised to obey. The chief of Clancullen then handed the king-elect a straight white wand, a symbol of authority and an emblem of what his conduct should be. Straight and without stain. The king promised to maintain the prestige and the customs of his tribe, and having put aside his sword and other weapons, and holding the wand in his hand, he moved round the stone so as to view his territory from all sides, which he promised to protect from invasion. The marshal then, in a loud voice, proclaimed the chief's surname and declared him to be King of Thomond. From the footnotes, Mr. Westrop states that Macnamara consists of a large, flat-topped mound, 20 feet high, surrounded by a low fosse, across which, to the west, leads an inclined way 8 paces long, shown in the sketch. To the north side of the platform is a grave-like hollow lying east and west, while near the centre is a rough and weather-worn stone nearly level with the ground. Returning to the text, Edmund Spencer states that the Tanist was elected to the office in the same manner as the chief, but only placed 1 foot upon the stone and then took the same oath as his captain. It is stated in the Black Book of Christ Church, Dublin, that the kings of Ireland were neither ordained nor anointed, but were kings by election and by the right of arms. In the year AD 847, a chief named Lachna ruled over Thomond, and an individual called Flann was at the time king and also abbot and bishop of South Munster. Unmindful of the fact that the Dal Cas were exempt from paying tribute either to the monarch of Ireland or to Munster, Flann nevertheless demanded payment and submission from Lachna, which was refused, whereupon Phelim marched an army against Thomond and encamped on the eastern bank of the Shannon. Lachna desired peace and assembled his chiefs, including Melchutta, who at that period was the head of Clan Cullen. They determined to resist the demand for tribute, and against the advice of their king wished to resort to arms in defence of their rights. Thereupon Lachta disguised himself, and proceeding to Flann's camp he obtained an audience with the king of Munster and came to an amicable agreement with him. The chief of Thomond then returned home, but in the meantime Phelim's mind had been poisoned by a sage who had consulted on the subject of the negotiations which he had been engaged in, and having been persuaded to distrust Lachna, he sent off a messenger in hot haste to recall that chief to his camp. On receiving this message, Lachna at once retraced his steps. And when Flann saw his good faith, he felt full confidence in the chief of Thomond, and as a token of regard, gave him his own steed and robes. Flann, we are told, also gave his blessing to Lachna, which, as Mr. T.J. Westrop observes, could hardly have been accounted of much importance, as this king and bishop had just previously attacked and robbed the churches of Clonmacnoise, Armagh, Durrow and Kildare, and put their clergy to the sword. Lachna was succeeded by his son Lorcan as king of Thomond. This chief was foster son to and Tanist of Cormac MacCullinan, who at the time was king of South Munster and archbishop of Cashel. Cormac visited Lorcan, and amongst other good advice is said to have, quote, impressed upon him the importance of religious education for children. End quote. Flann was at this period, quote, monarch of Ireland, and having demanded tribute from the Dal Cas, which they again refused, he invaded Thomond and entered the O'Cashan's territory in AD 877. The monarch's bard, Maclonnain, warned him to be careful not to insult the Dalcasians. End quote. Flann, however, marched into Clare and pitched his camp on the sacred mound of Magadar, and having challenged one of his followers to chess, they sat down to the game, which he was hardly allowed time to finish. For Siad Macnamara, chief of Clan Cullen, followed by Lorcan with a strong force, attacked Flann. The king, however, escaped with some of his followers into the neighbouring forests, but after 3 days fighting he had to surrender to Lorcan and Siad Macnamara, who treated Flann courteously, fed his followers abundantly, and then escorted him on his way homewards across the Shannon. After treatment of this kind, it is no wonder that Flann's poet Maclonnain wrote in praise of the Dalcasians, A prose verse of this poem will be found at the end of the chapter, and Professor O'Curry considers it as being authentic, among other reasons because MacLonnane pays a particular compliment to Siada an Iar-fine, that is, Siada of the Bay Steed, the chief of Clan Cullen, and to his son Esidia, who was young at this time. They were two well-known personages in our Sept about the date of the poet's death, which took place in the year AD 918. Mr. Westrop refers to a trait in Lorcan's character which is worth preserving. As already remarked, the king of South Munster had made Lorcan his Tanist, and the two were evidently on the most friendly terms. Upon a certain occasion, however, Lorcan proceeded to Cashel to visit his friend, but on arriving there he declined to enter the place until the king sent him a formal invitation to come and see him. It is by casual reference to incidents of this kind that we obtain a peep into the character of some of these early Celtic chiefs. From the footnote, Matthew Arnold remarks that Irish men are distinguished by an organism quick to feel impressions and feeling them strongly, a lively personality therefore, keenly sensitive to joy and sorrow. Strong perception and emotions are to the soul what the senses are to the body. It means genius. But sensitiveness must not be allowed with impunity to master the mind. Balance, measure, and patience are necessary, and these the Celt does not possess. He is ever chafing against the despotism of facts, straining under the effects of emotion, eager to enlist in the fray, but always to fall. Returning to the text, the historian Keating informs us that on certain occasion Cormac MacCullinane had determined to hold a great feast at Cashel. He sent messages to his chiefs to provide the necessary contributions, but they declined to comply with this request, although many of them were near of kin to the king. End quote. The Dal Cas, hearing this, prepared with all possible speed what provisions were necessary, together with horses, equipages, arms, and jewels, and sent them to the King of Munster. Cormac received these presents with sincere gratitude, which he expressed in verse. Keating, writing of this period, observes that the great prosperity of the people of Ireland towards the close of the 8th century led many of them to adopt corrupt manners, vice, and profaneness, principally among the landowners, from which they were suddenly roused by the cruel hand of the Danes. The two first expeditions which the Danes made into the west of Ireland took place in AD 795 and 801, and were both repulsed by the Irish. But from 812 to 835, a vast number of Scandinavians flocked into Ireland, pillaging the churches and committing every conceivable cruelty on the inhabitants of that country. At this period and for some time previously, there had been incessant fighting among the ecclesiastics of Armagh for the office of abbot. The inhabitants of this monastery of Clonmacnoise and Durrow were also frequently at war with one another. Turgesius, the leader of the Norsemen, made short work of these ecclesiastics, for he drove them out of their establishments. And we are told that the abbot of Armagh fled, taking with him the shrine of St. Patrick to a district in Thomond east of the Shannon, which was inhabited by the Martini, a Fir Bolg tribe, who lived as a separate people under their own chief at Emly, County Tipperary, as late as the 9th century. Turgesius was the acknowledged king of the north of Ireland. He hoped to establish a strong government and so to overcome the discord and anarchy which existed in the country. He also desired to banish Christianity from Ireland, and he placed his wife to rule over Clonmacnoise. We are told that she was accustomed to preside at the high altar of the principal church of the monastery and work the oracles of her religion from that position. In the year AD 879, the Irish rose against Turgesius, and having killed him, drove most of his followers out of Erin. The invaders soon returned in greater numbers than before and overran the whole country. Kennedy, son of Lorcan, was at this time king of Thomond, and Ceallachain king of Munster. The Norsemen were anxious to obtain possession of these chiefs, but rather than attack Munster, they hoped to entice Ceallachain to Dublin under false pretences and then make him a prisoner. Sitric, therefore, who was leader of the Norsemen, entered into negotiations with the King of Munster, proposing to give his sister in marriage. Kennedy, King of Thomond, hearing what was going on and suspecting treachery, warned Ceallachain of the danger of leaving his province, and especially of withdrawing from it any large body of followers to swell his train in Dublin. Ceallachain therefore set out with few retainers to bring his intended wife home, and among this force was Kennedy's son, Duncan. The cavalcade had nearly reached Dublin when they were attacked by Sitric soldiers and made prisoners. Directly Kennedy heard of this treachery, he assumed command of the forces of Munster as well as those of Thomond to revenge the insult offered to Ceallachain and, if possible, to release him and also his own son from the hands of the Danes. Keating records the fact that, quote, Kennedy resolved to prosecute his designs with the greatest dispatch, and he raised, in addition to his other forces, a body of 500 Dalcasians, placed them under the command of Essida Macnamara, chief of Clan Cullen. End quote. Everything being ready and a fleet having started from Limerick for Dundalk, to which place Sitric had removed his prisoners, the army of Thomond marched for that port. On the approach of the Irish forces, Sitric took the prisoners on board his vessel which lay in the bay of Dundalk, so that when the Irish arrived they could do no more than stand on the shore and curse their enemies. Before long, however, they saw their own fleet, which had been sent from the Shannon, entering the harbour, and the Irish vessels at once closed with the Norsemen. The commander of the Irish ran his ship alongside that of Sitric's, boarded her, sword in hand. He then endeavoured to force his way to the mast of the vessel, to which Ceallachain and Kennedy's son were bound, but he was slain. One of his followers, however, seized Sitric round the body and jumped overboard with him. They were both drowned. On realising what had occurred, the Norsemen became disheartened. Ceallachain and Duncan were released and arrived safely among their friends on shore. Turning to the footnote, General Valeny and some other authorities question the truth of this incident, but it is not only vouched for by Keating, who has exceptional opportunities for studying all that relates to the history of Munster, but the details he has given bear internal evidence of truth. For instance, MacLonnane refers to Siada and his son Essida in a poem I have quoted, and O'Curry states Essida, about the year 918, was quite young. Consequently, we can easily understand how Kennedy might have chosen him in 954 to command a contingent of the Dalcasians in the army sent to release his son and the King of Munster from the Norsemen. Returning to the text, Ceallachain was succeeded by Mahon, son of Kennedy, the Dalcasian chief of Thomond. The west of Ireland from the year AD 890 was overrun with Norsemen who, we are informed, occupied the homes of the Irish, so that the owners had not even power to give milk or eggs to a sick or infirm man. The foreigners claimed the right over everything. The Norsemen were far better armed than the native Irish, who at the time were utterly unable to withstand them. It was in circumstances of this kind that Mahon and his brother Brian, the sons of Kennedy, appeared on the scene. From its geographical position, and in consequence of the dense woods which covered its hills and plains, Clare was not so completely occupied by the Norsemen as in other parts of Ireland. At any rate, from the account given in the Wars of the Gael with the Gael, we learn that Mahon and Brian were the greater part of the Dalcasians living to the east and south of the Shannon, crossed the river into Clare so as to escape from the invaders of their country, and they, quote, dispersed themselves among the forest and woods situated between Lough Derg and the Fergus, end quote, or, in other words, over the Macnamara territories. From this locality the Irish proceeded to sally forth and kill all the foreigners they could lay their hands on. The effect of these tactics were to compel the Norsemen to concentrate their forces on the Shannon, where they built a fort in the district of Traig, which at that time belonged to our Sept and was subsequently the site of the Anglo-Norman castle of Bunratty. In these operations, Brian Boru's forces suffered fearfully from constant fighting and want of food, and Mahon, hearing of his brother's desperate condition, sent for him, and at the meeting which took place between them, Mahon argued in favour of submission to the Norsemen, for he had given up all hope of returning to govern in Cashel. From the old Celtic records we learn that Brian expressed great indignation at sentiments of this kind and even accused his brother of cowardice. He taunted Mahon by asking him if he thought their father or grandfather would have made peace, while an enemy occupied Ireland. Mahon admitted all this, but argued that if they had not the power to resist the invader, it was useless holding out against the foe. He asked Brian if he wished to see the whole of his tribe in the same state as his own followers. To this Brian replied, quote, that such an argument was bad because it was hereditary for him to die, and for the whole of the Dal Cas likewise. As their fathers had passed away, so must they. But it was not natural or hereditary for the Dal Cas to submit to insult or contempt. Their forefathers had never submitted to this, and no power on earth would make him do so. End quote. The tribe, on hearing this, assembled to resist the invaders and met them at Sulcott in Tipperary. In this battle the Norsemen were defeated and fled to Limerick, which Brian took and destroyed its fortifications, inflicting great loss and injury on the enemy in AD 968. This victory added so much to the prestige of the Dalcasians that their rivals, the Owenites, grew jealous of them, and at the instigation of Molloy, chief of Desmond, they treacherously murdered Mahon in AD 976. Brian Boru was not slow to avenge his brother's death. He first sent a challenge to Molloy to meet him in single combat, and directed his messenger to add that nothing short of the death of one of them would suffice. Receiving no satisfactory answer, Brian marched his forces into South Munster and met Molloy. A battle ensued, in which the latter chief was killed by one of Brian's sons. From the annals of Inishfallen, we learn that in the year AD 977, Brian Boru, assisted by Eald Macnamara, chief of Clancullen, stormed the island of Scattery, driving the Danes who had found refuge there to their ships and completely clearing the district of Thomond of their enemies. Brian Boru was now proclaimed King of Munster, but Malachy, who at the time was King of Leinster, seeing the rising power of Brian, determined to demonstrate his own supremacy as monarch of the country. He therefore marched an army into Clare and pitched his camp on Magadair. He uprooted the sacred oak tree which grew on this mound in AD 982. From the footnotes, Brian received the name Boru or Boriva because he revived the payment of the tribute or tax known as the Borromean tribute in former times, and which had been abolished since AD 680. Returning to the text, we can readily understand the indignation among the Dal Cas produced by this act, for among other things the ceremony of inauguration of the King of Thomond and Magadair demonstrated the fact that the tribe had a right to elect their own king. It was therefore incumbent on Brian to retaliate on Malachy. After continued fighting, it was determined by these chiefs to divide the sovereignty of Thomond. But constant feuds sprang up between the rival kings, and in the end Malachy solicited and obtained the help of the Danes of Dublin. They combined forces, Irish and Danish, met those under Brian Boru at a place called Glenmanna. In the battle which ensued, Brian was victorious. He then sacked Dublin, carrying off to his home at Kincora, Killaloe, a vast quantity of treasure. Brian Boru now determined to rule Ireland, and Malachy ultimately went to his camp and submitted to him as being the more powerful of the two. Malachy retained his position, however, as King of Leinster, but Brian Boru, the Dalcasian chief, was acknowledged as supreme ruler over the whole country in AD 1002, with the other provincial kings paying him tribute. Brian received tribute also from the Danes of Dublin in the form of 150 butts of wine, from the inhabitants of Limerick a ton of wine per diem. He received a vast number of cattle from every part of the country. For instance, the chiefs of Burren, Cork and Rowe sent tribute of 2,000 cattle and 1,000 sheep, and so with the other parts of Ireland. The order of the various kings and chiefs at Brian's table has come down to us and was scrupulously followed. Behind the seat of each chief his arms were suspended. The tables, we are told, were covered with gold-mounted cups. The food consisted of beef, mutton, pork, game, fish, oatcakes, cheese, curds, onions and watercress. Wine, beer and mead, together with the bilberry juice, constituted their drink. The meat appears to have been cooked in the dining hall. Brian Boru in the year 1004 made a circuit through the whole of Ireland, and while at Armagh he confirmed its bishop as metropolitan of the country. The record of this fact, written by O'Carroll, Brian Boru's former tutor and subsequent chief advisor, was made in the presence of the king and still exists in a copy of the scriptures preserved in the library of the Royal Irish Academy. Before leaving Armagh, Brian laid 20 ounces of gold as an offering on the altar of St. Patrick. After 40 years of more or less strife, Brian Boru at length found himself so securely seated on the throne of Ireland that he was able to turn his attention to developing the resources of the country. Kincora became its capital, its chief buildings being near the Clare side of the Shannon, at the head of the wooden bridge which then crossed the river. The houses were built of timber and clay and extended along the river bank for some distance. Near the river there were two churches, the one stone-roofed, which still exists to the north of the cathedral. On the summit of the hill above the bridge stood the palace, surrounded by numerous buildings, which was the chief place of residence of Brian Boru and his descendants for many years. Brian's rest and Ireland's peace, however, did not long continue. For political purposes he thought it wise to make an alliance with the Danes, hoping in this way to promote the harmony of the contending influences under his rule. He therefore married the mother of Sitric, the leader of the Danes of Dublin. This individual, whose name was Gormflaith, had previously married first Sitric's father and then the King of Leinster, but they both became weary of Gormflaith and turned her off. She then fell to the lot of Brian. He also soon cast off his spouse, but permitted her to remain in the palace at Kincora. To this place her brother, Maelmóda, came bringing with him a present for Brian, consisting of 3 masts for his ships. These were carried on men's shoulders, and in crossing a bog the bearers came to grief, whereupon Maelmóda applied his own shoulder to the work, and in doing so tore off one of the silver buttons of his gold-braided silken tunic, which had been presented to him on a former occasion by Brian. On the arrival of Maelmóda at Kincora, he went to his sister Gormflaith and asked her to replace this button, but she snatched the garment from his hands and threw it onto the fire, reproaching him for wearing a garment which was a token of submission to Brian Boru. Maelmóda, while stinging under this taunt, happened to see Murrough, Brian's son, playing at chess with another chief. He suggested a move which lost Murrough the game. Irritated by this, Murrough turned on Maelmóda and remarked, quote, "That, like the advice you gave your friend at Glenmama, it lost the battle." End quote. Maelmóda replied, "I will give them advice now, and they will not be defeated a second time." To which Murrough replied, "Have a yew tree ready on that occasion." After the battle above referred to, Maelmóda had been discovered hiding among the branches of a yew tree. Maelmóda left Kincora next morning in great anger and made his way to Dublin. He was followed by his sister, who incited the Danes to revolt, and they were joined by a considerable force of the natives of Ireland and their countrymen from the Isle of Man, Britain and Wales. Canute, King of England, was only too ready to help in the struggle, hoping to establish his countrymen in Ireland as he had done in England. Sitric took command of the Confederate forces. Brian Boru, although in his 73rd year of age, was still vigorous enough to make the necessary arrangements to meet his enemies, and he determined to stake his cause and that of his country on the issue of the impending battle. Brian, however, felt it was beyond his power to do more than collect and take his army into the field. For a commander in those days had not only to lead his men, but also to fight hand to hand in the thick of battle, especially at weak points. Brian therefore wisely left the command of his army in the hands of his son Morrow. Every man of Brian's family marched with his army, among them his grandson Turlough, a youth of some 16 years of age, who was his father's standard bearer. These leaders were surrounded by Dalcasians. Among them, Keating tells us, there marched with Brian to Clontarf, quote, the children of Cas, son of Connell, of the fleet steed, the Clancullins, Macnamaras, around Menma, son of Ead, son of Endu, son of Essida, son of Shielda, son of Maelhuer. End quote. Keating, with his usual precision, identifies the leader of Clancullen so that there can be no mistake about him, and on referring to the family pedigree we find that Menma was chief of the Sept around the year 1014, when the Battle of Clontarf was fought. From the annals of the Four Masters we learn that Menma, Lord of Ucashan, died AD 1015, so that he was one of the few Dalcasian chiefs who survived the Battle of Clontarf. On the morning of Good Friday, April 23rd, 1014, the Irish army took up their position on the field of battle. They consisted of the Dalcasians in the van, led by Morrow, the centre composed by the men of South Munster, and the rear by those of Connacht. The Danes under Sitric and their Irish allies formed a line extending along the shore of Clontarf with their backs to the sea. Many of the Danes were clad in armour, but the Irish were dressed in their linen tunics and armed with their usual weapons, spear, sword and axe. No horsemen were engaged on either side, and each army numbered about 20,000 men. There seems to have been no attempt at tactics. Every man fought for himself, the rear taking the place of those in front who were killed. The first to meet were the Dalcasians and the Danes, and so from early morning to sunset the battle was carried on without interruption. Towards evening the Irish made a final effort and carried all before them. The Danes were completely vanquished, and with their allies fled from the field of battle. The old monarch, Brian Boru, although unable to lead his army, watched its movements from a distance throughout the day. We are told that his attention was constantly fixed on the standard of his son, Morrow. For so long as he saw it carried aloft he felt sure that all was well with the Irish. Towards evening, Morrow's banner disappeared. At first, Brian tried to persuade himself that it was his faulty sight and anxious watching that prevented him from recognising his son's standard. But when the truth came home to him, the old man's grief was extreme. He could no longer watch the contest, but went into the tent his attendants had prepared for him to give vent to his sorrow in secret. It is stated that his attendants urged him to retire from the scene, but Brian replied, "Retreat becomes us not, and I know that I shall not leave this place alive, for Abel of Craig Leah appeared to me last night and told me that I should be killed this day." Soon after this the Danes fled in all directions, and Brian's servants, seeing this, left the old king and joined their comrades in pursuit of their enemies. The king was thus alone, and at this moment a party of fugitive Danes come upon his tent. Brian was recognised, and though he did his best to defend himself, the old man was soon overpowered and killed. From the footnote The account of the Battle of Clontarf, as given in the Icelandic Sagas, Volume 3, translated by Sir G. W. Dasent, is as follows. Quote, when the Earl Segard came to Ireland, he and King Sitric marched with that host to meet Brian, the King of Ireland, and their meeting was on Good Friday. Then it fell out that there was no one left to bear the raven banner, and the Earl bore it himself, and fell there. But King Sitric fled. King Brian fell, with victory and glory. Returning to the text. Morrow, after fighting throughout the whole of the day, towards the evening, found his hands so swollen that he was unable any longer to grasp his sword. When in this condition he was attacked by a Dane, and the two closed with each other. It was said by main force to have pulled the armour off his antagonist, and then to have felled him to the ground. The Dane at this moment drew his dagger and inflicted a wound in Morrow's side, from which he died on the following day. Young Turlough O'Brien fought by his father with great vigour, and after Morrow was wounded, Turlough seems to have pursued a Dane who rushed before him into the river, where the lad's body was found, his hands entangled in the long hair of his enemy. There is reason to believe that not less than a quarter of the Irish army were left dead on the field of Clontarf, and among their number were included very many Dalcasian and other chiefs. The result of this action, however, was the complete annihilation of the power of the Danes in Ireland, a power they never again attempted to regain. Donogh O'Brien, another son of Brian Boru, who, previous to the Battle of Clontarf, had been directed by his father to proceed with a body of troops into Leinster, returned after the battle and took command of the remnant of the Dalcasians. Wounded and worn, these men were not to be allowed to return home in peace, for the King of Ossory, having a grudge against the Dal Cas, refused to permit them to cross his territory. Donogh determined nevertheless to march on into Thomond, and drew up his men to resist those of Ossory. He directed the wounded to be sent to the rear, but they begged to be allowed to die fighting with their comrades. So weak were many of these Dalcasians that they were unable to stand without support. Donogh therefore had stakes driven into the ground against which his wounded warriors might lean for support, and, with a sound man on each side of a wounded one, they stood prepared to receive their enemies. We are told that the King of Ossory, when he learned what was taking place in the Dalcasian camp, thought it imprudent to further resist men of this stamp, and so the Dalcasians were allowed to pass on into their own territory. As already stated, there is every reason to believe that Menma Macnamara, who had survived the Battle of Clontarf, was one of the chiefs with Donogh O'Brien on this memorable occasion. The prose version of MacLonnan's poem, AD 877. Lorcan of Lochdarg, in whom there is no shadow of deceit, generous and hospitable to all. Flann, King of Ireland, said, "Fortunate it is, MacLonnan, that thou hast arrived. Reach me the chessboard." Flann, with warlike purpose, had come to Magadar. On the fertile plain he had arrived. I forthwith dispatched my foster son to Lachnason and to his heroes, rehearsing to them our demands and conditions of peace. They, in reply, dispatched their cavalry. So great was their number that earth trembled, and the clouds of heaven reverberated with the shouts and their greatness. Our followers fled. There was not one of all the horses of our cavalry left on the fair plains of Adar. Siada of the Bay Steed took 200 horses per man. We thought it a hard case that he, single-handed, took all from us. He surrounded us from the south and did us much mischief. He came round us from the north and set us trembling, so that our forces gave way. Flann from Tara's halls, the king of banquets, said, "O MacLonnnan, for friendship's sake, claim from Siada his bay steed." Forthwith I went and addressed Siada, the free and pure. "Wherefore dost thou come, MacLonnnan?" said Siada. I replied to the prince, the fierce warrior of the Gael, To solicit the base deed, sir, I have come. Hearken, said Shielda, O Macnamara, since thou art a man of verse, the base deed of handsome crest have I long ridden. It has before now been my lot to put in a good year on foot. I shall do brave deeds without him. For Shielda be the black horse saddled, cried the poet in great excitement. Flann will make in exchange for a bay, a black one. Bay were all their steeds after that. The horror of death was in their weapons, though all the world had been at stake. Yet Shielda maintained his friendship for me. 3 days and 3 nights was the host westward on chilly Magadar, without food, sleep, or store, neither resting nor departing. Ask protection for us, Macnamara, said Flann, from the men of Dal Cas, from the men of Limerick. Surely they are generous and will grant our request. I rise up and reach the despoiling Dalcasians, and forthwith I recite a poem to the best men on earth. After that, I urge my petition on the Dal Cas, to the people of Limerick, to allow Flann and all along with him to go in safety. Righteous protection was given us, and guides to show us the way until we reach the Shannon, and from its fords to Tara. The Dalcasians, the best of all people in the land of Alba and of Erin. It was by them, without fail, that quarter was given to their enemies. To the Dalcasians of the clans has been granted the bounty, the valour of Erin, and every good between heaven and earth has been bestowed on their chief, Lorcan. An appendix to chapter 6. Lugard Delba, the fire producer, who was a druid, had 6 sons and 1 daughter called Aoife, and she married Trad, who was a kingly chief and druid, but without much land. After a time this pair found themselves the possessors of a numerous family. Accordingly, Trad said to his wife, Go thou and ask a favour of thy father. It would be well for us and our children to get more land. Aoife, therefore, went and asked her father to grant her a favour. Then Lugard consulted his oracles and said to his daughter, If thou should order any one to leave his country now, he must depart without delay. Depart thou then, said she, and leave us the land thou inheritest, that it may be our property. Whereupon we are told that Lugard, her father, immediately complied, and with his sons left the lands and assigned them to Trad and his daughter. Professor O'Curry remarks, quote, I may add that this territory, even at the present day, retains the name of Trad, forming as it does the deanery of Traig in the present barony of Bunratty, County Clare, a tract which comprises 7 districts in which there are the ruins of 5 churches built by the Macnamaras. It was in this district that Rathfollen and Ballinacragga were situated, which were subsequently owned by the ancestors of the writer of this history. To proceed, however, with the story of Druid Lugard. Having been thus deprived of his property, he crossed the Shannon with his sons and cattle and passed into the southwest of Westmeath. On arriving at a certain cairn, we are told he built an altar and on it placed wood, which he ignited by his druidic power. From this fire there burst 5 streams of flame in 5 different directions, and the druid commanded his 5 elder sons to follow one each of the fiery streams, assuring them that they would lead them to their future inheritance. One of these sons remained near his father. His name was Nos, and he possessed a field on which his swine fed, and on this spot was subsequently built the famous monastery of Clonmacnoise. Clonmacnoise meaning the field of the hogs of Nos. In the 5th century, therefore, we find the people continued to believe in oracles, or soothsaying, and in the production of magical fire by the Druids, who, as will be observed by the references made in the legend, were not an exclusive caste, but formed a part of the Dalcasian tribe. This legend is moreover valuable in that it gives an idea of the social conditions under which these ancient members of Clan Cullen came into possession of their tribal lands, and further bears witness to the firm belief which still existed among them regarding the influence possessed by the Druids. The legend is in itself not more marvellous than those related of St. Ciaran, who was a neighbour and contemporary of Lugard. Of this saint we are told that he was born in Ireland, he preceded St. Patrick as a missionary, and lived to be one of his most intimate friends. It is related of his mother that in a dream she saw a star which fell into her mouth, and on referring the dream to the Druids for interpretation, she was told that the child she should bear would be famed for virtue to the end of time. It is said of the saint that he renewed life in a dead man. He went to sea on a rock which he caused to float, and so on. The record of his life being a continuous series of marvellous stories of this description. So that brings us to the end of part 6 of A Story of an Irish Sept. And sadly, that is where our journey is going to end with this book. I do encourage you, if you're interested, to download the book from the brehonacademy.org resource library and continue reading it. There's quite a lot more in it than what I've covered here. I believe there's maybe 15 or more chapters in the book. We've just covered 6. Now, I said at the start that I was going to be using pictures of the Battle of Clontarf reenactment, and I'm not sure if you were able to pick out my brother, but just in case you were wondering, this one here, he's been doing Viking reenactment for a very long time. I'd love to get him on. I've been coaxing him to come on and have a chat with us about everything he knows about the Viking era of Ireland. He has been in the Vikings TV show and other TV shows over the years. And I often like to poke fun that he is the Ara-Echta of this branch of the Flanagan clan. For those who are not sure what Ara-Echta is basically like the chieftain who avenges the insults of the clan. Ara is kind of a word that we would use for like a noble or chieftain. And Echta is like the one who avenged the insults. So that's Majahar. So folks, I'd like to thank you so much for being with me on this journey through the first 6 chapters of A Story of an Irish Sept. I really hope you enjoyed it. I certainly enjoyed reading the book and putting these videos together. Plenty more in the pipeline for the Brehon Academy. So until next time, Slán go fóill.